Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you all doing today? How are you feeling after yesterday? Yeah. It was incredible. I hope you all had a chance to relax and, I have to take off this noisy necklace. Relax and unwind after a really, really full but invigorating as well day yesterday. I went home last night and I just couldn't stop thinking about and couldn't stop talking about all of the speakers yesterday and all of the different reflections that I was having because of them. I want to talk more about that, but I want to make sure that we're starting off again in a good way. And I'd like to invite Gahandagwas, Diane Longboat, up for our morning prayer. Thank you.
Well, warm and loving greetings to everybody today. It's so great to see you here, all the beautiful, smart people of the world. I want to just say a few words first before I do the invocation. I want to honor our Maori visitors and guests to the island of the Big Turtle and thank them for the prayer, the song, and the blessing that they put out not only on this conference yesterday, but they put it out on that big Lake Ontario and all the lands that are around here. It was so beautiful to see them, the power and beauty of the language, the fluency, and how that makes them who they are. And so today, as I make that morning invocation for us, I bring you from the sacred fire ceremony this morning to this time together. So please join me, pray in the way that you are most comfortable, giving thanks, and relax. Nyawa sangwe disong kahandagwas yunyats. So grateful to you, sangwe disong, for the beauty of this place. The land, the air, the water, all of the living beings that are here on Mother Earth. We think about the great nations of people who are living here with us in this region, and we're grateful that we get to learn from them, their cultures, their languages, and their faith traditions that make us richer as a human family. Today, we have our feet planted firmly on this beautiful land that you placed us on. We say we are the walking clay, the walking soil. We come from this land. And so today, when we think about the beautiful plant life, the animal life, the bird life, and the water life that is around us, we give thanks that no matter what happens, they understand their original instructions and they continue to function in the way that the Creator gave them. We also think about those winds that are circulating about Mother Earth, refreshing us. We felt them today when we were at the sacred fire, and we're grateful for them because they cleanse the air, they cleanse everything that we've created that is out of balance. They cleanse it and move it around. We give thanks and honor to the Nâtawihkoyâhk, those thunder beings that are so close to us and actually coming tomorrow to visit us. And so we're grateful for them, for the medicine. And we know from our elders, they say, never run in the rain, respect that rain. And so we're grateful that that rain is going to visit us, that we have fresh water here. The grandmothers are watching over it. The salt waters are with us. The grandmothers watch over that. The same with the rain waters tomorrow. And all those birth waters, all those babies that are being born in hospitals today, being born at home, being born in the bush, being born on the land, all the birth waters that are here with us. We're so grateful to that grandmother who is watchful over our female life. We think about this day and raise up with great love and great honor the stars that represent our ancestors, all of the beings in the sky world that are the star formations. They teach us about our origins, and we need to know those teachings. They drop stardust on us, and they say that we all carry that stardust. And no matter where we walk in the world, we leave a bit of our stardust wherever we walk. And so we're grateful to the star people. And to our grandmother, the moon, who takes care of all the female life, taking care of the tides of water on the earth, we honor her for all of her contribution to keeping that beautiful balance and helping us as Ongwehongwe women to understand our role and the medicines that we carry. We also honor our brother, the sun, who takes care of the world with sunlight and that magical energy that comes in sunlight to renew life. All the plants that are out there today are different from yesterday. We are different from yesterday. And so all the cells of our bodies change, the cells in the plant life change, everything in the water changes from yesterday. That's how powerful that grandfather is. And so today, when we think about this change that we are all involved in, we thank the Creator that there's this dynamic force of heartbeat on Mother Earth that we say is a great life heartbeat. We think about stars that join the natural world to the spirit world, to the high heavens of that sky world. They're called the Milky Way. And so one day we'll walk across those stars and it'll be a beautiful journey for us. And we'll end up on the other side, which is, I think, the gift for all of us. And that gift is to be able to be reunited not only with our ancestors again, but with all the ones from the beginning of time. And so we are grateful for those ancestors, their continuous dreams and visions that they bring to us, the guidance and the love that they have for us. And when we speak with the ancestors, they say that they only wish us to have joy and happiness here. So I share that with you. In that beautiful sky world, there's a Creator's council fire. And around that council fire are seated the great spiritual beings that assisted the Creator with this whole process of creation that we live in, this beautiful place where the Creator put that energy of infinite love into Mother Earth so that we could thrive, that there would be continuous life here. And so we think about all those spiritual beings. They are the ones that we call for healing and for deep teaching and help for us as we transform and become the human beings that we are destined to be. In our opening words of thanksgiving that come before all others, we've been instructed that we leave the Creator to the very last. And that is the Creator watching us and saying, do you remember all those things that I put in place for you so that you can thrive and be happy and help one another and take care of my creation? And so today, Songwe Disong, the one who made all things, we say, we remember. We remember, we humble ourselves, and we are grateful. And today, Creator, we thank you for all the children that you're sending to us. So in this bundle that I carry, I have a little dress to remind me of the children that I work for every day, and particularly the unborn, the ones that are watching us to see how we are doing, what we are creating here so that they can have a good life. And I also, in my bundle and in my prayers, Creator, I carry this memory aid of the Gaswenta belt, the two-row wampum, reminding us about how beautiful we are as Indigenous nations on Turtle Island, how we have been made like royalty. That's how the Creator sees us, royalty. That He gave us so much to be proud of, our lands, our languages, our ceremonies, our way of life, and to be proud of that, and to also be in relationship with our settler brothers and sisters, respect them also, even when we're not respected, respect them, because it then makes their medicine weaker if we love in return to hate. And so today, Creator, when we think about all those teachings that you gave us, we think about the children, we think about the ancestors, the beautiful distinctiveness of our nations, and we celebrate today. We celebrate, Creator, that you've never made a mistake, that you are in perfection, and that when you made us, you also made us in perfection. And we thank you today for the beauty of all of our families and our nations. Thank you for making us Onwehonwe Anishinaabe people. Nyaweha. Nyawe.
Thank you so much, Diane, for that prayer and for starting us off in this good way. I was thinking a lot yesterday about the theme of the conference, knowing ourselves, Kandis, and how each of the speakers yesterday shared a little bit of themselves in their talks, right from the chiefs who spoke to all of the different doctors that we heard from yesterday. And they kind of showed us a little bit of their journey of knowing themselves. And it made me reflect on the journey that I've been on over the last few years to better understand myself. And in particular, to understand how, even though I never went to a residential school, I know my life has been impacted by my family's experiences at residential school. And that journey of trying to better understand how my own life has been shaped by that, for me, really began in May of 2012, a few weeks after the discovery was made in Kamloops, when I was scrolling through Facebook one day, and I read a post that just stopped me in my tracks, because it was written by my brother, Hal Cameron, and it was about our father, Howard Cameron, the late Howard Cameron. Hal said that our dad once told him a story about a time when he was an RCMP officer stationed in rural Saskatchewan in the late 1970s. And one night when he was out on patrol, he saw a vehicle that was swerving on the road, and he thought the driver might have been drinking, so he decided to pull it over. And when he pulled it over and went to the driver's side window and saw the driver, he realized that he recognized him as a priest who had abused him when he was a boy at residential school. And my dad beat up this priest that night on the side of the road, and he thought it would be the end of his career, that there would be a complaint or charges, but nothing ever happened. And it just became a story that my dad shared with my brother, and then my brother shared on Facebook. And when Hal, my brother, told that story on Facebook, and when I talked to him about it after, he told me how he felt so much pride when he thought of that story. Just proud that our dad was able to exact some form of justice for what happened to him in residential school. But I'd never heard that story before. And when I read the post, I remember the feeling of just how sick it made me feel. I never knew this story, and I didn't know very much about my dad's story. I knew that he had gone to a residential school, but that was it. I didn't know where he went, and I didn't know for how long he went, and I never knew that he had been abused by a priest when he was a boy there. And given what I knew about reporting on residential schools, I've spent, the last, 15 years reporting on the intergenerational effects of residential schools, and 4 generations of my family on my dad's side, and also on my mom's side, went to residential schools. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised by this revelation, but I was. I was surprised, but I was also heartbroken. It made me, so upset, because I didn't think about my dad, the police officer, who looks very handsome in his uniform, doesn't he? Yeah. I thought about the little boy that he was at residential school. And I couldn't stop thinking of him. You know how you have that when something is upsetting and you think, oh, I just can't think about it. I just have to put it out of my mind and just try to bury it somewhere and not think about it. And I tried to do that for, in the following days and weeks. I just tried to push it out of my mind, but it just kept coming back. And it made me realize I had so many questions, actually, about my dad and what happened to him the question was, how did what happened to him at that residential school affect the father that he was to me when I was growing up? I'm that little baby in the middle there with my mom and dad. My parents split up when I was about 7 years old. And I think that, if I had to describe how I felt at the time, I think it was mostly relief, honestly, because the dad that I remember was very angry and very violent. And the memories that I have of him from my childhood really kept me at a distance from him my whole life. But hearing this story about what happened to him at residential school made me want to get closer and to understand him better. And part of what my journey in learning about myself has been is also learning about the impacts of trauma, learning about PTSD. And one thing that I've learned is that we spend a lot of time and effort sometimes trying to avoid it, trying not to think about it, trying to push it away, but it's really, really, really hard to do that. It's very difficult. And I've also learned that one way to heal from trauma is to actually face it head on, to expose it and to shine a spotlight on it. So that's what I decided to do in May of 2021. Investigate my dad's story. Because even though at that point, like I said, I'd spent years reporting on the intergenerational effects of residential schools, I didn't know my own story. I didn't understand. I didn't connect the dots in my own life. So I decided to investigate the residential school that my dad went to and to see if I could find the priest who had abused him. And I'm going to play a little trailer from our podcast. I did it for our podcast, Stolen, Surviving St. Michael's. So I'm going to play a little trailer for you so you can get a sense of what that journey sounded like. This story brought me home to a mystery in my own family that I need to solve. Did he tell you who the priest was or anything about him?
No, he didn't know.
I've never heard him mention names, but I knew he had stories.
I think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say it on this thing.
My search for answers has led me to the St. Michael's Indian Residential School.
That first day I stepped into that residential school, my childhood was gone.
The truth about St. Michael's has been kept hidden, sealed by courts and buried in archives. Investigating what happened to my dad at that school has exposed a much darker secret.
What is this? Looks like they're photos of boys undressing.
Somebody would come and get me. Father wants you.
They were hit so hard. Oh my goodness, I can remember the scream.
He's the one that said he was sexually abused by a priest.
Did he say which priest?
They got away with it. They got away with it. But then it's not over.
You mean they could still be charged?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, I think he's still alive. I want to go see him.
Father, are you telling the truth about your own experiences?
Huh?
Are you telling the truth about your experiences with children? Stolen, Surviving St. Michael's premieres May 17th. Follow and listen for free, only on Spotify.
If those are workers of God, I hate to see what the devil would do.
That was the trailer for our podcast that was published in May of 2022. So I spent about a year investigating this one residential school, starting out with interviews from my own family members. My dad passed away in 2013, but he was one of 16 siblings to go to this residential school just outside of Duck Lake, Saskatchewan. And so I started with interviews of my aunts and uncles, and I started hearing about not just my dad's experience of abuse, but other abuse that happened at the school. And we ended up expanding our investigation and trying to talk to as many survivors as we could from this one school. And really, I think what we ended up doing was one of the most comprehensive investigations of abuse at a single school, and we uncovered a staggering scale of abuse by several priests, nuns, and staff members. And I was thinking about this journey that I was on yesterday, especially after hearing from all of the knowledge keepers and, the doctors and the chiefs talking about their own journeys, but also the way that they're centering Indigenous ways of knowing in their care for our communities and of each other. And there was one interview that made me think of from our podcast. I just couldn't stop thinking of it, and I wanted to share it with you all today. It's an interview that I did with survivor Eugene Arcan, who knew my dad throughout his life. He knew him at residential school, but he also just knew him from Saskatchewan. So I'm going to play a clip that, when I asked Eugene for an interview, he agreed to talk to me, and he was actually part of the survivor circle of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So he had some experience talking about his own experience at residential school. But I just want to play this little clip from my interview with Eugene, because what all the teachings from yesterday made me hear this in a different way. I've been trying to find out who that was,
You don't want to, Connie.
No?
No. Why?
My drive to find my dad's abuser, whoever he is, has always felt clear and obvious, something I wanted to do almost as soon as I heard the story about my dad pulling him over. It's my way to process it, to get through the pain I felt when I learned my dad had been abused. So it's jarring to have Eugene not only say that I shouldn't go talk to Father Gauthier, but why would I? What good could I expect to come from it?
But as I come to understand Nâtawihkoyâhk, you're suffering way more than a beating I could have laid on him was ever going to do.
Eugene tells me he believes that healing from residential school won't come from seeking revenge.
We gotta help fix this, but we gotta help fix it with Indigenous thinking, Indigenous ceremony, Indigenous language. I got my language back. I had been brainwashed in those 30 years to think that I had lost my language until one of the old people said, "Hey, you have it. You got to find it. It's in you. It's in all of us. It's just a matter of finding it."
I just hear that clip so differently now. I didn't understand it, I don't think, when Eugene first said it. And it took going through the entire process of the podcast, of trying to track down as much as I could know. And I'm so grateful that I did that, and I'm really proud of what we did. And our podcast, we won the Pulitzer Prize and the Peabody Award for that podcast. But the thing that I think I take away most from it was how it was a vehicle for this reconnection with my dad and with my family members. And through them and through their conversations and through our interviews, I feel like I got to know the part of him that I lost out from residential school. But hearing all of those speakers here yesterday really made me reflect on what the lesson that Eugene was trying to help me learn in that interview. And I'm so grateful to him and to the speakers yesterday, because I feel like I'm in a different place now, and I'm ready to learn that lesson. And I'm so grateful to be here with you all, sharing in all of this knowledge and all of these teachings. So the podcast is available if anyone wants to listen to it. It's wherever you get your podcasts. And I'm ready and so excited to introduce our next speaker. Dr. James Makokis. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. James Makokis is a highly respected Two-Spirit Cree physician from Saddle Lake Cree Nation. Dr. Makokis is a national and internationally recognized leader and author in the area of Indigenous health and transgender health. In 2020, Dr. Makokis was named one of 30 most powerful physicians in the country by the Medical Post, but he believes power is a concept that should be shared amongst others. Celebrated for his victory on the Amazing Race Canada. Wasn't that amazing? That was incredible. with his husband, he champions resilience and cultural identity, further elevating his profile as a beacon of inspiration and representation. His extensive work, including his role in the inaugural medical director of, I did this yesterday, Makwa, and his position as an associate clinical professor at the University of Alberta underscores his profound commitment to healthcare and community empowerment. Please join me in welcoming Dr. James Makokis.
Thank you. Kahkiyaw, danse, Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa. Thank you to the elders for opening up this morning. I love listening to Diane, my former colleagues, and it's so good to see my other former colleagues here. You've done an incredible job, so congratulations. I was super ambitious with this presentation. I think I have over 200 slides. So I might be clicking through a bunch of things today, but whenever I do these things, I always try to privilege our language and our ways of being. And I texted my Auntie Leona, I'm like, I want to talk about this. How do I say it in Cree? So thankfully she translated that. But you know, in saying that, there's so much pressure for us to learn these things, which I talked about yesterday. And so I want to share a little bit about some of that knowledge and journey today, and really privilege our own ways of being as who we are as Iyiniwiyihtwawin, as original human beings to this land. So I'm just going to do a little bit of an introduction in terms of who I am. When we talk in the Cree language, we always say Nâtawihkoyâhk, which is where are you from? But it's really where is your belly button from? Where are your bloodlines from? Your matrilineal and your patrilineal bloodlines. Because to create a human being, as you know, you need a sperm and an egg. But as part of that, you know, when we think about creation, it's also the the male component that helps to create the placenta too, which is a protection mechanism for that developing child. And so that's also the male aspect, and there's the female aspect, and the masculine and feminine. And so I want to acknowledge my parents, I think, who are online listening. And I grew up in my father's home, which is on the Satellite Cree Nation. My mother is from Keynote, which is near our community as well. And I'm from Treaty 6. I'm a family physician since 2012, and I've worked in numerous Indigenous communities, including Blackfoot, Kahkiyaw, and Sioux. I practice trans health, and I identify as a two-spirit person, and I also say that I'm an oskapeo, so a helper in our ways of being and learning. And I say all that because I'm not a pretendian. You know, these are real braids, they're not extensions. And it's crazy that we have to it's crazy that we have to situate ourselves in that way, but it's an important thing to do. And I also want to acknowledge my husband, who's on the picture here. He's from the Navajo Nation, he's Dene, and as an I'll say interracial couple, we're from different nations. He's really been an incredible teacher for me, because being from a different nation on our own territory means that I have to be inclusive of him. I have to be inclusive of him in our ceremonies and ways of being, and respect that, because they have their own ways of being. And as a partnership, that's something that we have to work out together, which has been incredible, because in our ceremonies, that means it opens up the ways of inclusion for other people too, because sometimes we can get stuck in the way of thinking that only our way is right. But most people recognize this from this show, so I'm just gonna acknowledge that. Some Americans are like, what is this? But these are some of the things that I wanted to go over today, and really it's, what is our health system? We have to start with our creation at the beginning to understand that. we have to understand how we're Nâtawihkoyâhk maskihikiya, we're related to our medicines, to looking at what our health system is versus what it was, understanding our sovereignty and nationhood, and especially for the treaty right to health, which is where universal health care in this country comes from. How has colonization affected those things? We always have to talk about that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. And how can we help uplift, unlearn, relearn to really transform and rebuild our people's health using our own ways of being? So I want to acknowledge my teachers, and some of them are here, and I wouldn't be able to share any of this without having spent time with them and without them being loving and kind to me, to trust me, to carry forward our knowledge and ways of being, especially in spaces like medicine, which can be very violent. So I want to acknowledge all of them, and a lot of them have passed away. And when we think about the effects of colonization, it does shorten our life expectancy due to toxic and chronic stress, due to the effects of infectious disease and lifestyle diseases and those sorts of things. But these are two of my grandmothers, and they're from the Rocky Boy Cree Nation. It's the only Cree reserve in the US, and our people would go back and forth before that border existed, but why they ended up there is because in the late 1800s, when there was what's called the Frog Lake Massacre, or the Riel Resistance, if we were talking from a nationhood standpoint in terms of our history, where our people were affirming our rights of not being abused by nuns and priests anymore, and there was violence that happened to protect children and women from experiencing that violence. And so they ran across the border because they knew that the RCMP wouldn't come and get them there. And so our grandmothers would come up every summer to teach us about medicines. And one of the things that they said to me all the time was, "Nosum, share even if people do not know about protocol or have it. You may be able to help them." And really what that was that they were teaching me was about Keyiniwiyihtwawin. In Cree, we would say humble kindness. And that's that love that the grandmothers have, where they're praying with that loving kindness so much that they often cry when you see them, because they're thinking about the next generations and their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And Laura's pregnant here, like those generations, they think about them. And so I share from that perspective. And if there's any mistakes that I make, those are my own. They're not, it's my mistake. So in medicine, and I'm glad Dr. Anderson was here yesterday, because as a resident in family medicine, I had the opportunity in my first month of my second year to do traditional medicines as a component of my residency training. And thanks to Dr. Anderson, who created that, it doesn't exist anymore, but it shows how we need to do those sorts of things, especially for our own learners from our own communities. And so I went down and spent time with my grandparents, relatives down there, and this is, down there like in their 70s and 80s, trotting up this mountain, and we're going to look for medicines. And that's part of my education, And I remember we were picking this medicine, and one of the nurses, the non-Indigenous nurses from the Rocky Boy Health Center was like, "Oh, you're picking flowers." And I just kind of rolled my eyes at it because this is something that they've maintained for us, and this is an important medicine that can be used in pain management as well. And they always said, "Write it down," for me. We hear sometimes, from different elders and knowledge holders, like, "You can't write things down." I'm very lucky that my elders have always said, "Write it down," because as a physician who looks after our elders and knowledge holders, I see many times when they pass away and people in their family haven't learned those things and they regret that. And so we write things down, we record them, because we have such limited time with them that we have to learn so much. And you can see that that's what I'm doing here. And a lot of when I was in school, instead of doing electives and going to learn about dermatology or ophthalmology and like all of these things that you have to do to get into competitive specialties, I would go back home and help in our ceremonies because it basically buffered me from the violence of Western medicine, which I'll talk about. So I want to acknowledge my family. They're here. This is my paternal lineage, who were all residential school survivors. So when I think about that, it's like over 100 years of them were forced to go to these places where it took that long, that much violence for them to stop teaching us the language as a form of protection. And I want to acknowledge that was a form of protection for us. And so it's also resistance too. And so they grew up in that time of the Indian agent, of having passes and restricting movement and restricting our ways of being, our health systems, education systems, governance systems, and all of those things. And without them, I wouldn't be here. So I always acknowledge them. And as they were coming out of that like colonial mess that was being imposed on them, what they did in the 1970s, as there was this time of Indigenous resurgence and resistance, is all of them who went to that residential school at Blue Quills in our area, our communities got together, our elders got together, and they actually took over the school. And they kicked the nuns and the priests out with guns, and they said, we can't do any worse than you have done for us, and we're going to educate our own children in our own ways like we have always done. And that took vision and that took courage to resist against the colonial governments who have and continue to oppress us. And they thought about us in the future having our own doctors and lawyers and medicine people and all of these things that we have today. So I want to acknowledge them. My grandmother is beside Dr. Harold Cardinal in this picture, who is the head of the Indian Association of Alberta at the time. And as they were doing this, the priest, who was the superintendent of the school, asked my grandfather, who ran away from residential school when he was 6, over 100 miles, so over 3 days from Edmonton back to our community along the North Saskatchewan River at nighttime, so the Indian agent wouldn't get them. And I just imagine myself as a 6-year-old. I remember when I lost my mom in like Kingsway Garden Mall and Sears. And like I went down the escalator and she stayed up and I was like freaking out, over 5 minutes because I couldn't find her, let alone having to run away over 100 miles as a 6-year-old at nighttime. So the priest said to my grandfather, as our elders are taking over the school, what level of education do you have, Vernon? And he said, maybe grade 1. And he said, how do you expect to be able to lead the school with that? And my Muslim said, I might not, but maybe one day one of my children will. And so the leaders at the time were these people. So you can see, John Chrétien before he had Bell's palsy, and Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Yeah, that was a little jab at him. And Pierre Elliott Trudeau, whose son obviously is Justin Trudeau, who just was the former prime minister of this country. And as our elders and knowledge holders and leaders were getting together and rallying and doing all of these things, taking over the school, what they said to our people was, we'll give you 6 months to fail, you'll fail, and then we'll take over. So why I'm sharing that is because when we think about resistance and justice, it's something that we always have to fight for. And it is something that our elders have embedded within us, and that's how I approach medicine and what I do as a professional for that fire that they've started for us. And so my grandfather said, maybe one day one of my children will. And so my auntie, Dr. Leona Makokis, the little girl in that black and white picture, became one of the first presidents of Blue Quills. And my mother, Dr. Patricia Makokis, became one of the second presidents of Blue Quills, which is now a university that's existed over for 50 years, where our people are educating. They're educating our own people in everything related to Nehiamamtanetamwin, Cree thought and well-being, including Dene people because they also help to take over the school. And so when we think about that, I reflect on this from this, incredible person. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And also, you can't politely undo colonial violence. When I think about white fragility and all of those things, and people get so uncomfortable when they hear our stories, which is our truth, that's for them to deal with. It's not for us to deal with. And I think that's an important thing to reflect on, especially with Indigenous resurgence. Here's a picture of that. At that time of Indigenous resurgence in the 1970s, when our community, our family was relearning our chichikeo and our ceremonies, we had to go to other nations. So we went to the Arapaho Nation, and they pitied us. They pitied our family and showed us how to do our mahtutsan, our sweat lodges. And they said, we will help you until you remember how to do it in your own way. And I think that's beautiful because it really shows how we can work together between different nations like we've always had. And it's really colonization that's divided us and continues to divide us. And, there's a story that my aunts and uncles tell us, and they say, we were so pitiful. We didn't know how to do these things, and we knew one song, and we just, kept singing that one song over and over again in the sweat. And finally, Nâtawihkoyâhk, the spirits pitied them, and they started singing directly in the sweat so that they could teach them and learn directly from spirit. And so in our songs, oftentimes they're sung from the perspective of the grandmothers and grandfathers, so they'll end with like Nosim, my grandchild, because it's them singing directly to us. And so, of course, our ways of being involve spirit. For our health, we always have to consider that as a part of who we are. And growing up in this way, our parents, my mom and dad are here. I love this picture because it shows them, being kids and, they're on their e-bikes in Phoenix. And, my dad, we got him an e-bike and he just doesn't pedal. So he'll cruise past my mom and I love seeing them have that joy. And I know Dr. Anderson talked about that because they deserve all of that. Our elders deserve that. Our parents deserve that because they didn't have the opportunity to experience regular childhoods and regular growing up. And so as adults, we do our best to give back to them. And they always said, go get an education, come back and help our people, which is, it's like I'll say a burden too, It's not like non-Indigenous people where they have this huge responsibility. But we do have a responsibility to our nations and our people. And I also want to acknowledge that can be really difficult too at the same time. So we have to remember to look after ourselves and take care of ourselves. And so after doing all of this, I was in medical school and university really for 13 years. And here's me looking a lot younger in medical school. And after 5,000 hours of training is what they say it takes to be a competent physician, I graduated. And I want you to also reflect on that when we think about rebuilding our health systems. We have to have systematic ways of training our apprentices and things like that that are funded, that are structured, much like we had before, which are based in our ceremonial lodges too. So allies need to help to rebuild and support those things because they're not free. And so my grandfather said, okay, well, now that you've studied Western medicine, it's time to start learning our own medicines. And he looked really serious like this too. And this is what I did. I was like, oh, how much more is there? How much more is there to learn? And so for most of my career, I've been doing that. And we always hear this expression of, walking in two worlds. As Indigenous people, we have to do that. And there's kind of like this stoic idea of what that is. But what I feel it is like this. It's like you have the Indigenous way, you have the Western way, which is like on this, treadmill, and it's exhausting, and I think about as in my 20s and being a doctor, and like we'd be literally going from ceremony to ceremony and helping and learning, and we like ran ourselves ragged too, into the ground. Like we weren't sleeping, we weren't looking after ourselves, we weren't eating well, we weren't exercising. And so when we do too much of one thing, it's also not good too. And we have to remember in our own organizations, which we have control of, that we can put measures in place to be able to support our people to be able to learn. And one thing that this elder here in the very right of the picture, he was like about 114 years old when he died, but he was only about 14 when he got his birth certificate. So he's like 128 probably, and he didn't go to residential school. He was one of the main teachers for our family and many other people across the land. And in his broken English, he spoke like 8 different languages, he would say, "Act Indian, not Indian act." Because in the treaties, it references Indian, so I'm using that term out of respect for them. And what that means is, act from that place of Nâtawihkoyâhk, act from that place of Iyiniwiyihtwawin, using our laws, using our thoughts and ways of being, not Indian act, that colonized way of thinking that we have all been affected by, and every single day we have to continue to undo that, whether that's how we think about trans people in our communities, whether we're including queer people, whether we're including women, how all of these things have been imposed on us, and sometimes we feel that it's a part of our teachings, and it's not a part of our teachings when we look at it from the perspective of sagituin, love, or kindness, which everyone has a right to participate. And so when we act in that way, we can sometimes be thought to be troublemakers, And my mom always says, we're not troublemakers, we're truth tellers. I know she's listening and watching, so. And so from that perspective, Nâtawihkoyâhk, our Indigenous knowledge, will be the way our people heal from the violence of colonization. And today, that's the perspective that I'm going to speak from, is from that nationhood and way of being. And I want to acknowledge that my ability to practice Western medicine is directly a result of having access to our Nâtawihkoyâhk medical system, our family, elders, and ceremonies who lifted me up for 13 years of post-secondary education. And now I uplift our own Nâtawihkoyâhk medical system as best as I can. And our ceremonies and ways of being, medicines, elders, people, and family healed me. Healing is hard work. Like, healing is so freaking hard. It's not easy. It's a continuous, everyday thing of like, am I reacting? Am I overreacting? Is my, autonomic nervous system set off? Like, I'm in this board meeting, this person like just triggered me, and like, how do I center myself? Like, all of those things. I'm being followed at Shoppers Drug Mart again. Like, like all of that sort of stuff, right? And healing is individual. It's our responsibility to do that. We have to stop blaming other people. And it's a lot of work, and it's hard, and it's unfair, and we shouldn't have to do it. But when we think about those next generations, we have to be the one to be those cycle breakers too. And so when we think about our knowledge systems, my grandfather always says our knowledge systems are like an intact puzzle. So there's a puzzle here, and everything has a structure, and every single nation has a piece of that puzzle. Every single person has a piece of that puzzle. So we really have to work together to put that back together, because it's been systematically dismantled by colonization. And every Indigenous nation has their own health, governance, education, legal, child-rearing systems that form the basis of healthy societies, and each of those is correct. So I want to acknowledge that every single nation does things in a correct way. Because sometimes we hear, oh, that's the Mohawk way of doing things. Oh, they go backwards. Or, it's like, no, they just look at things from a different perspective, right? Or that's the Anishinaabe way, or that's Blackfoot, you know. Before there was the flood, we were all Iyiniwiyihtwawin. We were all human beings, and then after that, we became our own different nations from our teachings. Maskihikiya Indigenous medicines are the original medicines of Turtle Island. And I always tell physicians and clinicians, non-Indigenous backgrounds, because they say, how do we, include traditional Indigenous alternative medicines? And I'm like, these are not alternative medicines. You are not from here. Like, your medicine system is not from here. Our Indigenous medicines is the original medical system of Turtle Island. And we have to remember that whenever we, come against those things, how can we include this in the hospital? You're on our land, it shouldn't be a question anymore. And I encourage you to do that. All Indigenous peoples are citizens of their own nations with their own health systems. They have a right to access these inside colonial institutions situated on their lands, on our lands, right? And again, we have to think about it from that perspective. So why do we do this? This is my little nephew Atayo when he was young and came to see me. He was not happy. And as Indigenous clinicians, we often have to see our family members, and that's not a breach of professionalism or whatever, it's just the way it is. And I think about this, like every Nehio child deserves to know the teachings of the nation they are born into. And from that perspective, we share like those grandmothers and grandfathers. And we don't put barriers up of like, oh, you have to come on this day, on this cycle of the moon, or yes, there's important protocol for certain things, but we have to remember that most of our people have not been exposed to these things. A lot of them live in urban areas and they didn't grow up with that, and that's not their fault. So we have to start at the beginning. When we talk about Indigenous health and our medicines and ways of healing, we have to start at the beginning, which is understanding our creation. And my grandfather says that we're symbolic people and that our teachings are written on the sky, land, and water, and that we can always go back to Iyiniwiyihtwawin to read those teachings. And so when he started teaching me, he said, this is where we are from. And I love that Diane talked about those clay people, those red clay people, because you can see the similarities in all of our teachings. We say that we're formed from this waniskânamak, this red soil. And this is an image where we say as our site of creation that you can only see from space. And so our ancestors didn't have Google Images, Google Earth, and you can't see this with the naked eye. So it really illustrates their understanding of the land and our interconnectedness with the land. And we say that the first two human beings were formed from this waniskânamak, this red earth and red soil. And the clans that we're related into, those spiritual clans of the first children who they married, because we can't incest with each other, that's against our law. That's how we're related to the wing clans and the animal clans. And the organs that formed our body are from the spirit of those maskihikiya, those medicines, which are found in our languages when we understand our language. And so our elders say, Iyiniwiyihtwawin, we're human beings created from this land, and that we were given laws from Kisemantu to live a good life. So that picture is actually a picture of Nistesana or Wesakechak or Nanabujo or Napi or Iktomi in the Sioux language, our teacher that existed here on this land. And when we look at our medicines and our language, we see the similarities of how we use those medicines for particular organs that help to treat those things. And the easiest one in the Cree language is the word for strawberry, which is mitehimna, which comes from mite, which is heart, because it's a heart medicine. We can use it as one component of a heart medicine. Here's kidney medicines, here's pancreas medicines. And so when I talk to physicians and I'm trying to explain to them in a scientific way, and they're like, okay, you come from the heart. Like, you come from the strawberry, your cardiovascular systems from the... It's the spiritual essence of those things that, and that's important for us to understand. And when we look at images like this, which there's so many teachings in here, which again is from the red soil that we're a part of, our responsibility to the spirit, all aspects of our being. Nâtawihkoyâhk or Nâtawihkoyâhk means people of the four directions or four-bodied human beings, which is mental, emotional, spiritual, physical. All of those things are there. And when we look at spirituality from a clinician perspective, I ask my patients, how do you look after your spirit? Do you participate in ceremonies, attend church or other activities? Your emotional and mental, what do you do for self-care? Who are your biggest supports? Physical, do you use indigenous medicines? Are you exercising? Are you eating the proper foods? Because we tend to focus just on the spiritual, because that for us is the one that's been like the most affected in terms of our ceremonies and knowledge and all of those things. But we have to remember that there's other parts of our being too. Our elders used to literally run up mountains every day, like in the morning, to start their day. So there has to be multiple ways of healing. Ceremony's one of them. It's not the only one, but it is an important one. And I just want to, preface that too. So those first two human beings are also on the mountains. Here's waniskânamak, there's waniskânamak, the first man and first human, or first woman and first man as well. And our clans, when we look at our health system, there's responsibility for clans too. And again, when we look at the language, we can understand why it's important for us to use our medicine. So we say the word for doctor is maskihikiya, medicine being, essentially, which is related to maskwa, the bear, because we say that the bear is a healer, and the bear also brings medicines too, which is related to maskawsuin, strength. So when we use our medicines, it helps us to become strong, and it helps us to heal, and we're also interrelated to them. And we say that Kahkiyaw maskwa, the black bear, is the keeper of these natural laws. And Diane said we come from the stars too. We do. I would say most indigenous nations have that teaching of being up there with these, grandmother and grandfather spirits, and some of our people even remember that and choosing their parents down below. And I think that's an important teaching, because the gift that we come here with is free will. We choose to come here. So when I'm when I was struggling in medicine and not sleeping and studying 20 hours a day and totally stressed out, I'm like, oh, freaking bad choice, And it's interesting, because when we look at our teachings, our elders say, that soft spot, that anterior fontanelle, is where the spirit goes into the body. And we have to be very careful around, pregnant women. Our elders say we have to bring our voices down and talk really gentle. And there's reasons for that when we think about how, from an epigenetic perspective, that can affect the developing fetus, right? And it looks like a star, so I think that's cool. And I love this because in this picture, it also shows the protection of the Wiwepsan, the purpose of it, the swing. There's people that are here swinging. And you can see there's a willow that opens that up, which is also about protection. We use willows in different ways. And that technology, that mio opikanawasan technology, that good child-rearing technology, has purposes. And also it's related to our creation. So Dr. Darlene Auger was supposed to be here. She's an incredible friend. She swings adults in these big swings. And that was something in terms of a way of healing that came to her about 24 years ago through the grandmothers in her dreams. And there's people that are doing that today who she's teaching. And I think that, our elders say it'll be the children and grandchildren and our people who will, remember these ways of healing that we can use to help treat our people from the violence of colonization. So if you've never been swung in an adult swing, it's so cool. And here she is at the Kahkiyaw midwifery land-based camp that my husband helps to organize, teaching people about that. But when we're choosing to come here, there's two grandmothers that help us make our journey. And my aunts and grandmothers teach us about the woman's pipe teachings, because they say, as two spirit people, as men, you and Anthony, if you have a daughter, you have to be able to teach her about these things too. And so they teach us about that. And so here's the symbol of, we would say, Nâtawihkoyâhk, one of the main grandmothers that the women in their pipe teachings, they acknowledge, and they say, Iyiniwiyihtwawin Kahkiyaw. Call all those other grandmother helpers to come here. This is the one they acknowledge first in the southeast. That is visually represented in our miigwāps, our teepees, our nipakwe-simogomik, our Sundance lodges, and we put usually the oldest grandmother in that spot, which is in the southeast, to visually represent her. She helps those little star beings come to this earth life with this grandmother, Pisimoyapi-Iskweo, the rainbow grandmother. And in our technology, we have these, tikanagans, right? The cradle boards. And you can see that there's that symbol of that rainbow that we put there as a functional protection, so to protect those babies from rolling over and suffocating, but also as a symbol of that rainbow grandmother too, and teaching that child and getting them to remember where they came from, and with the help of those grandmothers. So when we're doing these things, we have to teach our people why we do that. Why do we do these things? And I always ask, Tanike, why? Like that little annoying kid, why, Mom? Why, Dad? And so when we think about how we are carried, I encourage you to look at this, Dr. Mark Wolins. It didn't start with you. You were also carried in your grandmother's womb. And one of my friends, Dr. Nâtawihkoyâhk, shared this, and I was like, I had to think about that. I'm like, okay, when my mom was in my Nookum Mildred's womb, I was in her eggs. And that's incredible when we think about the protection of our grandmothers and grandparents and why we have those Mi'opikinawasuan teachings of calmness and gentleness about women who were carrying their babies, why they don't go to funerals, like all of those things that we are supposed to be doing and teaching our people. And really that speaks to epigenetics, that environment that if we grow up in a positive, loving space, you're more likely to develop into a healthy adult without diseases. If you're growing up in a traumatic space where there's violence and all of these things, your immune system is going to be lower, your autonomic nervous system is going to be higher, you're going to be more prone to increased cortisol and high blood pressure and diabetes and all of these things. And so when we look at our nations and treating health, we have to look from that perspective too. And so we say that our older brother brought us these laws, which are here in the Cree worldview. We have 4 natural laws, which are represented by the white poplar tree, which teaches us about honesty, which is also our human part, because we're formed from that okamawatik, that main center pole in all of our ceremonies. And across from that is the mountain, Sogeitamuin, representing strength and determination, which is our spiritual part too. So there's the bowl of the pipe and the pipe stem. And our older brother went to different places across Turtle Island to bring us these, including the kindness represented by the sweetgrass to light our pipes. And in our ceremonies, there's always sharing represented through the animals. And our elders use those teachings to agree to treaty. There's that X in the middle. It's that spiritual X that they put, which is embedded in our pipe teachings. That's what's on the treaty documents. It's not because they were illiterate, because they could have used Atakpeagana, our star language. And those teachings about the pipes are also on the land. So you can see there's the man's pipe, there's also a woman's pipe too. There's a balance of masculine and feminine. And we often forget through colonization and imposed patriarchy that sometimes we hear, oh, women don't have pipes, oh, women can't run lodges, oh, women can't do this. And that's absolutely false from our perspective, because we say that women are the bundle owners. They allow the men to use them. Women are the land owners. Women are the home owners. If they want to kick their partner out, it's like they leave their stuff outside the teepee, and everyone knows what that means. Like, all of these things are embedded in our traditional ways of being, that if you undo them, if you dig deep enough, you can see what that means. And so here's where our older brother fasted to bring us those laws. This is located in Manitoba. And you can see where he sat, my grandfather showing us, and where Nâtawihkoyâhk, that little boy drum, or the big-bellied child, our original teacher as well, sat beside him and taught him these things too. And this is a sacred site in Manitoba. And he went from there with the bowl of the pipe to Jasper, where you can see him embedded on the mountain. And the next place is to go get that pipe stem, which I talked about at Okamawachi, Chief Mountain, which is, again, we say our backbone. We were formed from that, which, again, is related in every single ceremony that we do, because we dance to that because it gave us life. And went to get the next law, Wikask, from Wikaskwachi, the sweetgrass at Sweetgrass Mountain. And then the last part was at Saskatchewan when he brought down the pipe. And so those are where our teachings come from, again, which are embedded on the land, which are in our ceremonial songs. There's Sundance songs that speak to that. And it's important for us to know those things, which are also embedded in our ceremonial lodges. So this is not a Cree sweat, but I took it off the internet, so don't get mad at me. But in every single one of our lodges, there's structure and purpose. And I'm going to give a very basic example, because in Cree, there's like many different types of sweats. But I'm just going to give the basic of like a family sweat. So our laws are there, the rocks, right, where we put them to start the fire representing our spirit, the lodge representing our womb, so our spirit and human self. That's the first law. The second law is where the kindness is out in front of the mound. The third law is represented by the pit, where we share with one another, where the grandmothers and grandfathers come and share with us, and often we will hear them. They'll talk directly to us. And lastly, honesty is at the back of the mound, where the pipes are, where the people who are using those have to be able to speak and be in an honest way. And the connection of that human and spirit, we always say Miko Meskano or Wikasko Meskano, the red road or the sweetgrass path, aligns us perfectly from our human self to our spirit self so that we don't stray. And each one of those willows, there's a masculine side and a feminine side. Masculine, male-identified spirits, female-identified spirits come together and weave us and protect us to keep us on that path. And every single one of our lodges has that. So when we think about intervention and prevention, it's inherently in what we do. So if we think about how colonization has systematically and violently dismantled our ceremonies through the Indian Act up until 1951, I think, but they didn't tell us until like the 1970s. Stop doing this to us. So, for over 100 years, our health systems, education systems, legal systems were banned and outlawed by the colonial governments. And I want you to reflect in the pandemic, when people were freaking out after 2 weeks, after no toilet paper and the health system's collapsing, and the health system has still not recovered. And that was for 4 years. And our people have been undergoing this for over, since colonization, over 500 years. And so we can't just do little initiatives of here's the smudging room and, yes, you will create this pamphlet for you, or, whatever. There's so much work that needs to be done, which means that we have to work together. So I went over that. Diane talked about this, which is really important for us to understand. And I want to acknowledge our Haudenosaunee relatives here in the East for starting that process with the newcomers of how we're to live here. And my grandfather explained it to me in this way, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a symbol too of our relationships. And I use this as a teaching tool for physicians and clinicians because, there's our boat and there's their boat. And they always say they didn't bring any land on their boat. And I want you to think about that. We have less than 0.01% of this land that is ours in this country. of our land, and it's still our land. And the reason why our people are so sick is because we don't have access to our lands. And we have to think about it from that perspective too, as well. And what did we share and what did we not share? And so in this particular instance where, there's our way of being and their way of being, but they're not going to impede us and we're not going to impede them, and we're going to move forward together. We're not going to sink their boat. They're not going to sink our boat, although I would say that our boat's pretty rotten, right now. That they agreed to this in 1613, that then other nations agreed to that through the Treaty of Niagara in 1764. So these still exist. We have our own medicines, practitioners, training, technology, and that we didn't agree to give up our medicines, and Western medicine is to complement our way of being. And I talked yesterday about our health system being based in pamatsuin, life, well-being, health, versus aksugamik, like a sickness-based system. And it's important to understand that too. So my Muslim was teaching us that there's also teachings, related to this, we would say, the two-road belt, these two roads, and that also our interpretation of that is that we agreed to treaty with these laws. You can see those 4 dots, and the 5th one is on the middle, which is creator, which is also there because we invoke that in ceremony with our pipes. So we would be kind to them, they would be kind to us, we would be strong together, we would be honest together, we would share together, all of those laws. And that we were granted exclusive use over particular lands, which we call reserved lands, which is that box, which we're not supposed to live on. And there's lots of parts to the treaty that is important for us to understand as younger people, that we need to learn from our elders and actualize that, which, incredible people like Isaac Murdoch and others are doing. And that we have these 2 roads. And my auntie, when she was learning from that old man, she said, well, what is that in the middle? And he said, well, what does it look like? And he's like, well, it kind of looks like a bridge. And she's like, well, it's only half a bridge. And so he said, in the future, they will try to make laws for you. And it'll look really good. And you have to stand in our treaty. You don't have to complete that bridge. And so when our elders say we will be the ones that will break treaty, we can only break treaty, this is what they're talking about. So when we think about how the colonial governments are always making, the Indigenous health law or the whatever law, they can't make laws for us because we're our own nations. They can make their own laws for their own people, but we have to remember and stand in that nationhood status. And, my auntie, goes over more of these teachings, which we have in our treaty that I don't have time to, but specifically for our treaty, Treaty 6, which you can see the medallions that were given to our people as symbols of this relationship, commissioned by the Queen to the treaty commissioners, that there's this peace and friendship. And why we know that it's not about land, that we didn't give up our lands, is because there's 2 men. Men make peace and friendship and conflict agreements, and women own the land. So if we gave up our lands, there would be a woman on there. And the women didn't lay their hand on the treaty. So this is important for our non-Indigenous relatives to understand, that we didn't give up our lands. And what is your role and responsibility within colonial institutions and Canadian society to undo those things? And specifically in our treaty, our elders embedded the symbol of the medicine chest. And here's a medicine chest. There's potions and tinctures and all those things, and it's small. And again, we have to think from the perspective of them at the time that this is what they saw as healthcare, and it would evolve into the future, just as healthcare evolves. So when I write a prescription, every single thing should be covered by that prescription as guaranteed to us under treaty. And that extends to every other treaty and other treaties that Indigenous nations have made too. So we know that our medicines and healing are plant medicines. They can be teas, individual medicines, Nâtawihkoyâhk mixtures, animal medicines, minerals, water, food, songs, ceremonies, processes, family, community. They're all those things, and that an integrated medical system has both maskihikiya and maskihikiya available throughout. And I want to acknowledge like the work of Makokis. I said yesterday that I don't believe in colonial institutions. I want to preface that with saying when our people are in control and there's incredible people that are working for them, so like Anishinaabe Health Toronto, Makokis, the team, they can do incredible things. And I want to acknowledge the team at Makokis, and Diane's here, and I know Cindy's here beside her too, for all the work that they do in those institutions. Because of their work, like CAMH is one of the only hospitals in Ontario and in Canada, I would say, that you can see there's a sweat lodge behind there, that our people can go, you know, to these places there. So that's awesome. Our bodies are medicine, our bodies are made from medicines, and how can our people have access to these in colonial spaces? So now that we've talked about that, when I think about how we rebuild our nations, we have to understand what they look like before colonization, because it's very chaotic now. And at the center were our children and elders, and around them were basically all these layers of protection, including the clan mothers, the natural law, medicine men, enforcers, peacemakers. So I look at this as a blueprint for community health, a blueprint for nation health. How are we rebuilding those roles and responsibilities for people to take over those things that have been systematically removed? But at the center of every single nation was the Kahkiyaw, the family. And so here's our little family. And you know, when we look at authors like Dr. Bruce Perry, who work in childhood trauma, he said, it takes at least 4 healthy adults to help raise 1 healthy child. And so here's 5 of us helping my sister to raise Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa. She's a single mom, so he can grow up to be a healthy Cree boy, whether he's Two-Spirit or not, with his roles and responsibilities to our people and our nation. And so another question that we can ask is, how do we create good, kind, knowledgeable, loving elders when we're looking at planning versus how do we fix sick people, which is what we often do in healthcare. And that's that prevention piece that's embedded in everything that we do. So I'm going to quickly blow through colonization. You know, it's basically like this violent, deliberate, explosive bomb that's caused the implosion of our societies and knowledge systems. And colonization, colonial systems will not heal us, and they're not the answer, but we still need Western medicine to help deal with colonial sicknesses. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Our puzzle is now exploded, and we're each trying to like remember little bits and pieces of that. And I just want to situate this so that you understand when I talk about the medical system, and every colonial system is embedded in violence. So you can't heal from a system where you're starting from a place of violence. So with, you know, we know who that bugger is. So when he discovered us, you know, that was started by the Pope, who gave this doctrine of discovery, who said wherever imperial nations of Europe go where there's not Christians, that you can take over them because they're heathen savages who are not human, essentially. And it's important for us to remember that. And that's what allowed for us, these lands, which were, there's 350 million people at the time of contact, and now there's only about 2 million of us in Canada that are Indigenous, that allowed them to take our lands because we weren't human. And the Cree lawyers are like, it's like this magical fairy dust that the Pope sprinkled over the entire Turtle Island, and that's reinforced in their history of manifest destiny, which we hear President Trump talking about those principles. So it's important to understand that those are still in existence, where free land was given, and we hear in Canadian society, we made a life out of nothing, which is meritocracy, which is not true, you know, because they have our land and took that. And it's reinforced through Canadian art, where we were painted as not existing in these beautiful landscapes that Europeans painted about our people. So why is this still relevant today? And I always bring this up with physicians and non-Indigenous people because they're like, you know, get over it. That happened a long time ago. And when we look at court decisions like this one, which was against the Oneida Nation in 2005, where Ruth Bader Ginsburg, incredible person, first female Jewish Supreme Court justice in the US, she literally cited the doctrine of discovery as the reason for denying the Oneida people their right to their land that had been illegally taken from them. So this still continues to exist within colonial institutions, embedded within their law and legal systems, and good people can do bad things in those systems. And it's important for us to remember that, because when we think in Canada and the US, the doctrine of discovery is still embedded in the term underlying title of the crown, which is this magical fairy dust that keeps this colonial settler state running. And our elders always tell us again, they didn't bring their land on that ship. And when we look at the first prime minister of this country, he said some really horrible things, that Indians are heathen savages, they should be taken away from their parents, that, get rid of Chinese people, they're not human, like all of these things. And when we think from a perspective of enlightened, critical people today, what is that language? It's white supremacy, it's racism. And if you're starting the country from that point of white supremacy and racism, every colonial system, whether that's the legal system, the health system, education, is going to be embedded in racism. And so our knowledge holders say you can't tinker around the edges. Like, that's why I say we will never fix this system. We have to work on our own system because it's embedded in dehumanization, that word savage, that we're not human. There's ways that we dehumanize people, 5 ways, and currently in this climate, queer people and trans people are being dehumanized, that their rights are being taken away. And we know what that feels like because that's been done to us systematically by colonial governments. And that these policies of Canada were so good at dehumanizing people that they inspired Hitler, it's often said that, and that they inspired white apartheid South Africa to exist for over 50 years to, exclusively control the black population in their homelands. And so when we think about reconciliation, which is where South Africa, where that came from, reconciliation is not justice. I'd encourage you to go to South Africa, where apartheid still very much exists, where the black people continue to be economically apartheid, experience that. And so we can't get caught up in this notion of like reconciliation is going to fix us, because it's not justice. And when we look and unpack all that, imperialism is colonization, is capitalism, which is based in money, which depends on violence and disparities, and it depends on violence of us and extraction of our lands and territories, and we have to stop that. And there's so many examples of like our women being sterilized in the health system, that Brian Sinclair basically died of a UTI, Joyce Echequan died filming her death on social media live while she was being called a squaw and only good for sex. This woman, delivered by herself in Edmonton, and they asked her, do you want your specimen back? Her specimen being her baby. Like, this person close to our reserve, the paramedics administered anti-epileptic medication with rectal forceps, which I've never heard about before, and including Colton Boushie, where you can go on the prairie and he can be shot and killed and murdered by a white farmer and get off with not even manslaughter. So the end stage of all this colonialism is this native drunk, which is what non-Indigenous people see of us, which is what we see here in Toronto and cities of our relatives who become displaced, who become dispossessed, who become houseless when we've never had houselessness issues before. And that disruption has systematically, removed all of these roles and replaced with colonial institutions. So when we talk about that forced hope, learned helplessness, like, do it for me, Dr. Makokis. What do I do with this lab rack? Well, you go book an appointment with the lab and you go. We really have to hold our people's hands through all of this because of that learned helplessness and the displacement of roles. And I would say if I would put a cause of death on our people's birth certificate, that I could always root it back to colonization, unless they were like struck by lightning or something and died. And so, again, that is not going to fix us. In fact, in the training systems where I went through, I talked yesterday, my first day of residency, I was violently assaulted. And, you know, institutions do apologies. You know, this happened by the CMA for the first time in history. What they failed to mention in their apology was genocide that physicians, obstetricians did on our women through forced sterilization, pediatricians experimenting on our children, and all of that is based in white supremacy. You know, for over 120 years, only white physicians were able to graduate from those schools. So that's why I say our people will not heal with colonial medicine or the Western medical system, because it's embedded with racism and violence. But we need them to help heal these colonial sicknesses. And I would say all of my patients have experienced racism and colonial violence. So this is where I wanted to spend most of my talk. We have to focus on the beautiful and not tearing down the ugly. And this is why I said that I only work with our people who are building up our own knowledge systems. And I love that Isaac Murdoch says this, because everything that we do in our ceremonies, ways of being, our health systems is based in this love. It's based in this beauty that Diane talked about. It's based in our teachings and our petroglyphs, where we took my grandfather. And when I think of like, how are we gonna undo this? I look at this petroglyph that my Auntie Diana had redrawn here. And it really speaks to the Cree 7 stages of life. Happy time, when we're that little spirit up until the age of 7. Fast time, wandering time, teenagehood, when we're figuring out things are growing, our bodies are changing, we're going through our rites of passage, we're learning how to be, you know, providers and do all those roles, we're being mentored. Truth time, we figure out our purpose. Decision time, we have a partner, or maybe we don't. Planting time, we have children or adopt children. Wisdom time, elderhood, when then you can do these roles that we've been mentored to do. And so I focus on a few areas, because when I first went home and it's like, go help your people, it's like, we have to rebuild this whole thing. And it's a lot of work. So I focus on the happy time, the fast time, and also end of life stuff for our people. And so what does that look like? You know, again, when we think from a Western medical perspective, we have all through those stages of development, which is like immunization and family planning and all of those sorts of things. And we have to remember that every one of our people deserves the right to participate in those interventions, which are found in our ceremonies at each of those stages of development. So when people ask, what is the Indigenous health system? It's all of these things. It's pre-pregnancy ceremonies, it's like those happy time ceremonies, it's the birthing ceremonies, it's the talking ceremonies, it's the walking out ceremonies, because they all align us back onto that sweetgrass path at every stage of our life. Those rites of passage, when we put our young people out to fast, or the berry ceremonies. Our Nâtawihkoyâhk, our medicine lodge, where we learn about medicines and teach them and train them. And these are all examples of happy time ceremonies. Like, there's so many in there. So when we think about our prenatal programs, how are we doing all of that? Here's my dad when he was singing, you know, my little nephew into the world there, taking that responsibility as the grandfather. And then there's placental reclamation and, you know, naming ceremonies and all of those things. And with my nephew, because we never had the chance to do all of this stuff, with our children, we can do this. And that's part of our healing. So at every stage of his development, we've learned and we've revitalized and we've got elders to help us with this, so now that other children can have this. And this is at his walking out ceremony, when, you know, there's the important women in his life and the important men, and they're all committing to teach him how to be a young, healthy man. And we're doing this in Kahkiyaw Cree Nation for the first time in their living memory, that we brought these back. And we mentor people through hunting, because food is a part of it, through males roles. Here's my little nephew, he got a goose, you know, that we start teaching them. And there's more to our health system. There's teaching lodges and the Sundance lodges and the horse ceremonies and the backward ceremonies and the 44-rail ceremonies and the Saputawan and the Wasagasimwa and the round dance, which is related to our bundle dance, and you had that here. Our night lodges, all of those things which are found in everything that we do. And, you know, as a family, we've had to do this and revitalize these too. So my grandmother in the 1980s started this process for our family, which is the Saputawan, or bundle dance, or spirit dance, or ghost dance. And we took a picture of this to share, because people don't understand the interconnectedness and interrelatedness to this. And this is really about death. And when we think of our stages of life and development, that's a natural stage too, which is often cut too short. And from a physician perspective who works with our people, especially around profound grief, like I would say that our grief is way longer, because when our parents die, there's no returning, you know, the language, the ceremony, like all those things. It's a more profound grief than other non-Indigenous people would experience. In our ceremonies, we account for those. So when we pass away, we say we cut this braid, the left braid, and we put it into our bundles that we dance around. And that one night of the year, our ancestors come down from the Nâtawihkoyâhk, the northern lights, to be able to be with us, and we feast with them. And when we teach our people about these things, we don't just do them. Like, this was the first time in over 40 years that our family has done this. And usually there's like 5 bundles that come out from the family, you know, community. There was like 26 bundles. And everyone brought food. Everyone participated. And in fact, you have to dance with them. And we were like dancing in one spot, because like we couldn't move because the whole lodge was filled. And that was incredible to witness, because it also is about healing. And that's what we need our non-Indigenous people and, you know, relatives to see. That's our part of our health system. And it also takes, you know, money and funding to be able to do that. So in allyship, Anthony and I went on, you know, when we think about our ceremonies, how do they help? It's through dealing with trauma. It's through love. It's through connection that people are coming together and undoing all of those things in a safe space, in that ceremonial space. When we think about the end of life ceremonies, you know, here's Anthony and I, and my grandfather supervising him, and we were at a traditional funeral where we had to do the full thing. And again, in our area, we're losing this. When we think about that red paint, how we do that for children when they come in, those spirit markers, we also put it on our deceased relatives when they're passing away, and we sing those songs in a very particular way, and we do those ceremonies, which is very beautiful for the family when they understand what it's about. And it also helps that profound grief too. And so we have to revitalize and uplift our knowledge systems. And I want to, you know, talk about this, you know, about experiences with spirit in our practices, and how do you address spirit. My little cousin, my little sister here, one evening she was, you know, trying to be healthy out jogging, and she got run over by a drunk driver. And her body was thrown like into the ditch on this hill. And, you know, the paramedics came and they helped to resuscitate her and all those things. And while she was there unconscious, she was watching this herself with my uncle, who had passed away about 10 years before. And she was watching it all, and he said, you know, you can't come yet. You need to go you need to go. So she followed her body to Edmonton, where she was in the ICU. And, you know, she was there with like so many injuries, and she wasn't getting better. So my grandfather came to see her, and he was asking questions. And as a clinician, I would never ask this question. But he said, were her shoes on or off when they were found at the scene of the accident? And, you know, you think they'd be on, like how would they come off? And her mom was like, my aunt was like, they were off. And he said, okay, I know what we have to do. So in our child rearing practices, when our children are small, we put a little hole on the bottom of their moccasin, because we say it grounds them to in the earth life so they don't leave earlier. You know, why we do those things. And he said, her spirit has come out of her body. We need to put it back. And so he did a very particular thing to be able to do that. I don't know how to do that. And she woke up. And she woke up and she told us every single thing that we had said to her, that she had heard, like her whole journey. And I tell that because as doctors, we don't know everything. And when we create space for our knowledge holders and healers to do what they have to do for our people, that incredible things can happen to them. And so I want to end on justice and like what I do to support, you know, in our healing practices. I'm just going to clip through all this. Rebuilding our system takes time. You know, as a young doctor, I was like, oh, we're going to do all this. And, you know, like 13 years in, I'm like, oh, this is super hard. And I want to focus on the work that my husband is doing right now. I wish he was here. He's working to revitalize Cree midwifery practices in our Keyhiwin Cree Nation because we're privileging that life over death, and working with women to train traditional Cree midwives because the last one was probably about 50 years ago. We work with our elders who are so loving that you can see here's one of our medicines that we call Aikdas, frog pants, because it looks like little frog's pants. But it also looks like the uterus too. And it's one of 4 medicines that our elders use to help when a woman has her baby to be able to return the uterus to the proper shape that it needs to be. And what he's done is develop those relationships with those elders to say, we need a space for this to happen. And in the Amazing Race, we did a fundraiser to build a Cree Cultural Healing Center. So these 2 elders said, we're gonna donate our land to you, like for the people. And they donated it here, and Anthony's going over the plans with them. And so 2 years ago, we had our first land-based birthing camp where we invited the whole community to come. And that was after 8 years of working towards that. And you can see that there's the leaders here, and they're each putting their intention, you know, into these offerings. That we filmed it because people need to be able to see this stuff too, how it's done. We invited allies, you know, here's the obstetrician from the local town, and look how beautiful, like she dressed up so awesome, to come and see what our practices and health systems are. And every single person from the community, you know, gave tobacco to offer their intention and their ownership into reclaiming that space. And that's inclusion. And that our elders were honored for like donating their land. You know how hard it is to get land on the reserve, like it's super hard. And the women in the community, because of patriarchy and colonization, didn't have pipes. And so we organized for them to have those pipes back. And this is one of the first pipe ceremonies where they were gifted back that. And you can see how emotional and healing it was for them. And we include our two-spirit people in everything that we do. So here's a young trans woman who's transitioning. She's a teenager. And we asked her, can you carry in the women's eagle staff? We model and demonstrate that inclusion for our two-spirit and trans relatives who often are excluded. And we build capacity within the community to train local people so that they can take over this work, including, Miwata, who is a midwife at McMaster, and including the fathers and partners. Maybe they're not, maybe there are other women too, in that process. And that our male elders come and support. Jerry was like, I've never been to this. This is usually women's stuff, but I really like what's going on, and this is awesome, And it's important that they come out. And we have these teachings to teach our people how to have that good child rearing. And we had a mock birth. Like, we hailed Crystal Lightning, and here she is. And this is total, like, res family. So, like, she's pretending to be the wife, but Gray Eagle, who's pretending to be the dad, his actual wife is Jody, and she's, like, combing the baby mama's hair, you know? And here's Melissa Brown, who's a Anishinaabe midwife. And this is everybody that's watching, you know? They were, like, Crystal was really invested in this role. She was like, oh, you know, like, and like, even the young guys would come in, they were like, what's going on? We're like, if you don't watch out, that you'll be here soon. And, you know, for the first time, we had a community placental reclamation ceremony. You can see everybody that's here. And, you know, sometimes we get caught up in like, oh, do we bury it? Do we put it on the rock? Do we put it on the water? Like, just do it. You know, just do it. And it will, like, those things, those minutiae will come later. And you can see how incredibly invested everyone is here with the helpers, and how when we return our, you know, bodies and respect our bodies and honor those processes, how healing that is. This is the first water ceremony that was held, and it was pouring rain, and there was these young, you know, female helpers helping the elder from Onion Lake who came. And again, one of the first walking out ceremonies, and our elders who were sharing and teaching about Indigenous health, non-Indigenous sickness. These were people from Indigenous Services Canada who had never seen any of this stuff. So I was like, we were showing them the fasting grounds, which had been revitalized as well within the past few years. And I want to end on this. So specifically, we've been working with Two-Spirit and trans youth to be able to not only participate in our ceremonies in a safe way, but honor their transition from male to female or female to male, because that's a rite of passage for them too. And there's been work and documentaries that have showcased that. And we have these ceremonies at our house that are inclusive, that male-identified people and female-identified people help. We don't say like, oh, women can't help. You know, we often hear that. And we work with elders who are super loving and kind. And here's one of my patients, Alec, who's transitioning from female to male, and I'm teaching him how to be an oskapeo. And you can see how happy and how included he is in that. And when we do those things, that's life-saving work. As part of that, we've been having, you know, hide tanning camps as well, because as we've been preparing them over now this is the 6th year, we've been teaching them how to create things for their bundles that they need to go out fasting. So rattles and moccasins and like all of those tools that they need. We go to sacred spaces like this, this is one of the places in the mountains. It looks like the head of a buffalo, the back looks like a buffalo. And in the pandemic, we had to do this by ourselves. And why it's important to fast, essentially you're not eating or drinking for 4 days and 4 nights out in the bush. You're by yourself. You're dying, really, right? And so the veil between like living and the spirit world becomes blurred. And that's when we're more receptive and open to learning directly from our clans who help to come and teach us, and that strengthen our conscience for us to do what's right and wrong. And in the pandemic, we had to do that by ourselves because my uncle died. And he had I'd helped him for like 25, 30 years and fasted. He, you know, put me out like 16 times or whatever. And you never think that you're going to lose your teacher. And when it happens, it's really shocking and difficult. And so we waited the year for him out of respect. But Anthony's like, we have to go fasting. We have to look after ourselves. So here's our little ceremonial mobile with our willows. And we went to that spot that our people go to that we hadn't gone to in like 15 years because it's really hard to get to. And when we went there, I was super nervous and scared and worried and like, because I'd never done this without elders' help and supervision. And I had all of those doubts of like, oh, we're gonna, you know, what if something happens, all that, blah, blah, blah. And in the last round of the sweat, in the darkness, it was like midnight by the time we had finished building it and getting there. And I was having these doubts. And I think it's important to share, especially to clinicians and non-Indigenous clinicians who work with our people. And I was singing this going home song, in the darkness of the sweat, this star, this bright white light lit up everything that I couldn't see Anthony, I couldn't see, my friends on the other side. And they saw it too. So I wasn't hallucinating, from a scientific perspective. And it was overwhelming because this had never happened in that way before. And I felt an overwhelming sense of pure love. That when you're in that presence like that, it makes you cry. And it's said through emotions, we love you, everything's gonna be okay, we're so happy you've come here, it's been a long time since people have come here, and we're gonna help you. And so our elders and knowledge holders teach us in such a way, I think of it like Dr. Strange, he's like opening up these portals, to prepare us to do these things, to have that connection with Mamotausuin, the great mystery, that we're all a part of that stardust, as Diane was talking about. And that they teach us to be able to take over and continue perhaps their work, which we're doing with young trans people who don't cut themselves anymore, who aren't anxious, who are, coming out of their rooms and talking. And this was the first fast last year that we put them out at, like the way that we've been taught. And they got up at like 5 in the morning to like finish this rainbow bridge that they'd been working all, this was like the ceremonial grounds. I was like, you better get up early because those fasters are coming out. So they finished the bridge. And it's important for us to, as we're doing these things, to make those special moments very clear. And so when we were learning from our elders, they said, when you're done, you need to get them to yell. This is what we would do a long time ago. You need to get them to yell, Nia Uma Nia. I am who I am. They went out, they did their important thing, they got their rites of passage, their vision quest. They're coming to tell us what they've learned about who they are, and they're yelling in front of this entire loving community, Nia Uma Nia, like 4 times, and everyone's like, woo, cheering them on. And we need to affirm our people in those ways that protects them, that keeps them safe, that essentially transforms them from the beginning of the week, when our relatives come like this, not talking, self-harming, not talking to their parents, isolating in their room. And at the end of 5 days, this is what they look like. This is what our ways of being do. And it's extremely profound when we think about Two-Spirit and trans people who have the highest rates of suicide, that this is incredible work that all of you are doing. And we need to share that with one another. How do we make these inclusive spaces? And we need allies. So I'm just going to end, we're doing stuff in medical education to teach residents about our ways and medicines. I talked about the sweat, where, yesterday I told the head of emergency medicine of Saskatchewan who's here, go pick the willows, see what it's like. And, ask him having to ask my dad to be taught in a respectful way by our plant medicine people who came and taught the doctors, who participated for the first time in our health system. And I call it exposure therapy. Like, we need to expose them to our ways of being. And in that sweat, which they only did 2 rounds each because there were so many of them, they were all crying. They were like, we need to learn more of this. This is the most beautiful experience that we've had. How can we get our leadership to do these things? And that's like a sweat, let alone all of those other things that I talked about that we do. We're trying to address racism with allies in the health system using our ways. And that, when we think about our health and ways of being, that we can create intergenerational healing. And I just want to end, on that, because that's my focus, is doing that. Here's me and my dad learning, playing Cree worship in Saskatchewan with our relatives, where we're learning as a community in this space, but also using science to demonstrate what that healing looks like. And I alluded to that yesterday in terms of documenting intergenerational healing in the brain using ECG studies and functional MRIs with incredible allies, like Dr. Dion Gasink and Dr. Drew DeSouza. So, I just want to end on this with my uncle. As mentioned yesterday, he came to speak at our convocation in Ottawa. We were the second graduates of the Indigenous medical program, and that was the first time that they'd ever had an Indigenous speaker, and so he was the elder in that capacity. And what he told our class, at the Museum of Civilization in Ottawa, where they only give us like 3 seats, so like our relatives were outside in the window looking in, that medicine needs more love. Love is the answer. Love will heal our people. And I absolutely believe that. Our own ways of healing and systems are based in love. They're based in life. They're based in relationship. They're based in connection. And that we need to focus and invest our energies into our own systems and ways of being, to uplift them, to uplift our people, to restore our people's health to where it used to be and where it should be. So, waniskânamak.
So incredible. So incredible. Thank you. I know that we just have a little bit of time for a couple of questions,
Yeah.
if that's okay with you.
Sure.
I would love to see that entire presentation sometime. It was so incredible. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Amazing. We have time for 2 questions. So if you have a question, quickly raise your hand. And I think we have people with mics running. It's hard to see. Do I see any hands raised? No questions.
I almost got
Oh, wait,
through
there's one.
233 slides.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Here's a question right in front here. Great.
Hi, my name is Marcella, and I work with Iyiniwiyihtwawin Toronto. I have a question for you, and I think as an ally, watching your presentation was very powerful. But one of the things that resonate with me even yesterday and today is how can we prioritize our traditional medicine as the top and not the Western models. And I think sometimes people don't know how to navigate those two. And yesterday, with one of the doctor and our healer, Peter Kashane, talking about how we need, if we have any ideas, even in the Western medicine, you have to go to the traditional healers and ask and present and ask questions as to whether this is something that will be beneficial to the communities. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit about that.
Yeah. In terms of prioritizing our own medicines, we have to, as people, as organizations, as people who control our own health systems, we have to be the ones to do that. And that means coming up with ways that our people used to use a long time ago to pick medicines according to the seasons. There's medicines that we have that you don't have over here that our people used to trade. And I can think of Nâtawihkoyâhk, which is sneezing root, as an example of that, that we use together. And what I loved about my grandparents and elders that I learned from is they were always open and eager to learn from other nations too. Because we always traded together, specifically in the Nâtawihkoyâhk ceremony, so the medicine lodge, which the last one was held in 1908, I think, in Jasper, that the Coast Salish people would come, the Sioux people would come, the Anishinaabe people would come, and we would all put our medicines together to the point that there was over 1,000 medicine mixture that people could use to really treat anything. And so I think you just have to prioritize it. And that means that our organizations have to understand that too. Like, going to a ceremony is work. It's not like on your own time, it's also work. Learning our languages is part of work too, right? And it's building that into people's job descriptions to what they do so they don't feel overextended and run out and burnt out and they leave, because we need to be able to support them doing that work. One of the things that I tell our people, our young Two-Spirit people who are coming to learn to fast, is we teach them to be self-sufficient. And we teach them how to make their own offerings, because we don't use flags, we don't use willows, we use waniskânamak, the original offerings that our people had, and teach them how to do everything to undo that learned helplessness, so that our ceremonies run smoother and faster and they know how to be good helpers. And that means we can't be stingy with our knowledge. We have to look and say, as our relatives, you deserve this just as much as me, and I know that it's helped me, and it also can help you. And that, again, is coming from that grandmother-loving perspective as well. So,
I think I can speak for everybody when I say that we appreciate your generosity with that knowledge. Like, it's such a beautiful gift that you've given us today, and I'm so grateful.
Thank you.
I know we have one more question. Go ahead.
Hello. My name's Johnny Moore. Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa, Eagles Calling. I want to ask if you can elaborate when you mentioned head trauma and brain trauma, because I've been suffering from skull fractures since I was a little kid, and because of there was no support or guidance or aftercare coming out of the hospital, how can we make it presentable that some people are not going to be left behind? You know, because from what I've seen in my own life and people I've been in contact with, is that there's a lot of us that have head trauma, you know, and it's like, do we have it in our traditional healing models, or we need to add to it or something, you know? Because it's like being alone when all this pain is difficult. But at the same time, I don't have a lot of energy to do what I did before, you know? And so it makes it very challenging just to find some level of serenity or authentic, you know?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story. I think, you know, what comes to mind for me is we all have the capacity to heal and to heal our bodies and to heal our minds and spirits and all of those things. And that when we participate in our ways of being, I think of neuroplasticity, so the brain's ability to heal itself. And when we're in those spaces of love and support and medicines and ceremonies and spirit that's addressing all parts of our being, that with continued and consistent use of those things, that we can develop new neural pathways and help to heal our brains, our spirits, our emotions, our amygdala, our limbic system, all of those things as well. And I've seen people get better in ways that I can't understand or comprehend as a Western medical doctor. And I think that's when our elders say we never do this alone. You know, our ancestors are always there, that it's bringing in that component of health and wellness and healing that you have, that's in your blood memory and that's in your family, that is also that additional and adjunctive component to that. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Makokis. I appreciate that. One more round of applause. Great. Thank you. We are going to take a short break, and there's some refreshments available in the foyer, so feel free to grab a bite and stretch your legs. If you want to continue the dialogue from this session, I invite you all to head to the Brain Date Lounge after the session so that you can connect with one another, and continue these really, really enriching and important conversations. And after the break, please proceed to your designated breakout sessions. If you are attending the wellness session, it will be held in the Governor General Room on the second floor, and you can access it via the elevator, and it's located at the end of the foyer. And lunch will be back here in the ballroom immediately following the breakout session at 11:45. So thank you so much again, and enjoy your sessions. morning. Sorry about that. I was just finishing my grape. So delicious. I'm really excited about our next speaker. Dr. Kathy Absalon is an Nâtawihkoyâhk from Flying Post First Nation, and she currently lives in Kitchener. She has a wealth of experience as a holistic healing practitioner. She is a professor of Indigenous healing practices and teaches Indigenous research methodologies. She is a published author in Kandis, How We Come to Know, and has published several articles based on her experiences and practices. Her close relationship to the land informs her practice. Kathy is also a cookum and loves spending time with her family and grandchildren. Kathy, I'd like to welcome you to the stage. We're so excited to have you and to learn from you and to continue this great learning we've been doing. Let's welcome Kathy to the stage.
Okay, I don't know, is this on? Bonjour, welcome everybody to Kandis, and miigwech for the invitation. Yeah, it's good to be here. Don't they treat you so good here? Like, oh my God, I want to just say miigwech for the good treatment, and like we're so well taken care of. This is amazing. I am here today to talk a little bit about tending your fire and how your fire is the center of your practice. And it's so good to see everybody. You're a little spread out, but that's okay. I'm going to sit here, and you know what I do? I sit with my fire a lot. And so I brought something here that was representing my fire, and I'm going to share some stories with you along the way about how this is so important to who we are, how this is so important to helping us to restore what we just heard about, restore our capacity, our confidence to do the work that's in front of us, to do the work that Creator is calling for us to do. And so, in honor of my presentation, I'm going to light my fire. And while I light my fire, I want to acknowledge the people that brought me here into this Earth Lodge. I want to acknowledge my parents. There's my parents, my mom and dad. My mother is Anishinaabe from Flying Post First Nation. And my mother spent, 10 years of her life at the Chapleau Indian Anglican Residential School. My father came over to Canada in 1956, met my mom at a dance in Winnipeg, and they were married for 60 years before my mom went on her spirit journey 4 years ago. It'll be 4 years in April, and my father missed her so much, and he went on his spirit journey in October. And so both of my parents are ancestors, and there's a picture on the, I guess it would be the far left. Look at those 80s hairstyle. That's my 80s hairstyle. I'm with my mom and my kokomish, and my eldest daughter there is Amanda, and she was just a little girl there. And this is there's a family of there with my three. They're now adults, and the lower picture is our beautiful, diverse family. And I am a kokum. I have 4 grandchildren. Manado Benessi, Alice is Manado Nagig, Augie, and Niben O'Day is the little gem there. And I want to always bring my family with me, the spirit of my family. And so acknowledge. And the water there is where my parents' place is in Britt, Ontario. And it's a beautiful place to be. When I was thinking about this conference and this gathering, I thought a lot about what can I bring here. I wanted to bring something that was also personal for me, that was a part of my journey, that was a part of something that I really believe in. And I wanted to sit here because this here fire represents my inner self. And everybody here has a little book and a pen, and I want to encourage you to, if you can, draw a circle and a piece of paper and think about your fire as we go along. As I go through my talk, I want you to think about who you are and how you tend to your own fire, how you tend to yourself, really, your whole self. What's your vision for yourself? Who supports you? Who are your relations? To think about your level of self-awareness, your level of self-knowledge, and how you live and sit with your fire. And I didn't always know this. I didn't always recognize my fire. I didn't always understand that I have a relationship with my sacred fire, and that could be my spirit. That I have a relationship there with my spirit. I didn't always know that. And you know what? How I as a woman was conditioned and socialized? I was socialized that I was going to be taken care of by a man. Or I was going to be taken care of by somebody else. That there are limitations to what I could expect of myself. And my father would sometimes say, being the British guy, would sometimes say, who are you going to marry? And it's going to be the doctor. And later in my life, I said, Dad, I became the doctor you wanted me to marry. As I learned over time to tend my own fire. And so, like many of us that came from residential school, intergenerational trauma, relationships haven't always been easy for us. Our relationships and it began in relationships in families where we experienced a lot of turbulence and a lot of trauma. And so we weren't always taught how we stay with ourselves, how we stay with us. And so this fire that I came to know has become something that really grounds me. And it's something that I've had to learn over the years, to sit with my fire, to sit with myself, to be with myself. And so, as I've worked on myself holistically over the years, we all have a birth story. My Anishinaabe name is Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa. I'm Shining Day Woman. I'm the one that brings goodness and beauty to the day. That sounds like such a beautiful name. But is it ever hard to live by? Has it ever been a journey to understand what does Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa mean? What does it mean to be the one that brings goodness and beauty to the day? Like, who wants to wake up every morning and do that? Right? Like, that's a big responsibility. And who wants to sit in a meeting when you're being effed over by the institution and be the one to see the brighter side? To be the one to bring light to those effers? Who wants to be the one to carry that medicine as we move forward? So I often have to think about who I am when I'm steaming in rage or I'm steaming in frustration because of the institution I work in. I work within a university system. And we have created an Indigenous social work program that's much like what James was talking about. It's rooted on the land. It's rooted in ceremony. We take our students out fasting and doing Indigenous learning and Indigenous knowledge in a university system requires one to be a warrior, to stand up for what it is we are trying to do. So I have to remember who I am. I have to remember my name. And Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa is part of my birth story. Like I call it a small C creation story of my spirit. When my spirit came into this earth lodge, Creator must have said, we need more helpers there. And my spirit must have said, okay, I'll go, I'll be a helper. And as I've thought about Nâtawihkoyâhk, my name, I thought, my spirit must have been curious. My spirit must be strong. I have a strong spirit. I realize I do. I have a spirit that is a knowledge seeker, that I seek to learn, I seek to understand. And our spirit names are part of our creation story, because our spirit comes from that realm, that realm that is so sacred. That's why sitting with our fire is important. It reminds us of that relationship that we have. And because of coming from that trauma that was talked about earlier in my early life, I had to restore my relationship to myself. I had to grow and figure out, who am I? I'm sure everybody here must have had that question growing up, like, who am I? What am I doing here? Maybe even in your own families, you might have wondered. I feel like I came in from an alien ship. Like, was I adopted? Feeling like we were outsiders within family systems because I questioned things, I wondered about things, I had this curiosity, and my question was, what happened to us? What happened to us? So my spirit came here, and as a little girl, I always had that question. What's going on here? What happened? And I've been on a lifetime quest of answering that question. What the hell happened? As I was trying to figure out why there was so much alcoholism or chaos, or all those things that we talk about, that we're healing out of, why there's so much of that in there. And so I've had to work on myself and to figure out, and one thing I will always acknowledge from my mother in the home I grew up in was that my mother, by example, taught me how I didn't want to be. I said I didn't want to be an alcoholic. I don't want to be out of control in how I live. And so I never went down that path. But that doesn't mean I didn't have chaos in other areas of my life, because I sure did, that I had to work through, that I had to grow from. And so I put this picture here. It's a picture of a birch bark. In this particular birch bark, I put like this medicine wheel around there with the 4 directions, those 4 elements of ourself. And yet there's that 5th element that is about the bark we wear, the bark that we carry. And that bark serves a purpose. Sometimes that bark can keep others away. It helps us to survive. That bark protects us. It could be our front stage. It could be the masks we wear, how we present ourselves. And it can also be how we think we're supposed to be, who they think we're supposed to be. We take that, we pick that up. And so that bark can represent a number of different things about who we are. So tending to my fire, I had to learn to take care of this inner child. I had to, I was over here for a long time. I didn't know that I had this inner fire, and I was busy doing what I thought I was supposed to be doing in the world, going to school, work. I was in relationships, and I thought I would be taken care of. I thought I would be loved. I thought I would be safe. And I wasn't. I didn't really actually understand that because I hadn't spent time with my fire. Over time, sitting with my fire, I had to learn that I was sacred. Each of you are sacred. each of you have a part within yourself. Like, I can see my inner child, and you know who I see? I see this, like, grungy-looking kid, this bush kid, who's wearing old clothes. My bangs are all cut crooked because my mom cut my hair. I looked like Casey on Casey and Finnegan. If anybody's old enough to know that reference, that's what my hair looked like. It was like jagged. And I was a bush kid. So we were probably always, my feet was always dirty. My fingernails were always dirty. And literally growing up in the bush, that's how we were. And so there's this little kid in me that I had to learn to accept. There was this little being in me that was afraid, that walked around in fear of, there was so much that I was afraid of. I grew up in the bush, remember, like growing up in the bush, it was just us. So I didn't grow up in the city. I didn't know how to ride city buses. I didn't know how to, navigate the streets. And we were in our little family, and I went to school in a little town called Britt. I went to high school in Parry Sound. And then going to schools that had a lot of racism in curriculum and wherever, it didn't teach us that we were beautiful, that we were strong, that we come from a people and a culture that is so complete, that is so comprehensive, that can ground us in all of our life. We weren't taught like that. And you know, I was born in 1961, so I was kind of like say to my kids, I was born in the mid-1900s, kind of like add 10 years to that. Sounds old, right? I was born in the mid-1900s, add a few years to that, and that's when I was born. So I still text with one finger. I still have my planner on paper. Everybody else has their digital stuff out, and I still have my planner on paper. I just turned 64 yesterday. Well, I'm kind of like an in-between person. I was born at 1 in the morning on the 18th, and my mother birthed me on the 17th, most of me. And I'm that in-between, I'm an in-between person. I didn't really understand that. Why I was here or there, neither this nor that, how I lived a life of being in between. And I can see and understand your perspective, and I can kind of like go between and be like, I get it. I get what you're saying. I also understand what you're saying. I have this in-betweenness in my birth story that I've come to understand as well. I had to really get to know that little girl that I used to see as an ugly little kid, stupid and ugly, because that's how I felt when I was a kid, that walked around afraid of the world. I really had to do my inner work to let her know that, you know, sometimes she would get trauma trigger, right? You know what a trauma trigger is? It's like when at that stage in your life, when at a point that you experience trauma. So for me, it could be all the way from my birth until wherever, right? I have lots of trauma triggers. I could be in a situation and I could be triggered, my trauma could be triggered, and all of a sudden I'm that little girl. I could be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I could be anywhere along there. And what I've learned to do is recognize that when she's driving my life bus, I'm all over the place. My life bus is going here and going there, and I'm not grounded. I'm anxious. I feel insecure. I have worry and fear in the driver's seat. That's when I know she's driving my life bus. So you know what I've learned to do as I've been tending to my fire? I've learned to say, hey, little one. I don't talk to her in a stern, mean voice. I've learned to give her that love that James talked about. I've learned to say, hey, little one, come here. Let's just like put this in park. Let's take a break. Let's pause for a minute. Breathe. Okay. Let's just take you out of the driver's seat. I'm going to take you over here, and I'm going to put you right here. Okay, darling? There you go, sweetheart. Just how I would talk to my little noses. Okay, sweetheart, now I'm going to buckle you up. You're safe. You're safe. You know what? I got this. Don't worry. I got this. Because now I'm a grown woman. And so I've been talking to this little girl that hijacks, that little one, that trauma triggers when you're hijacked emotionally from the stuff that happened back there. You get hijacked, all of a sudden, all the good things that you know up here, you can't apply because you're emotionally hijacked by that traumatic self. And so when that happens, the signs are there that you're all over the place. And I've learned over the years to take her and be gentle with her and to be kind and to be loving and to give her that acceptance that I needed when I was young. And that's how I tend to her. And so I've taken care of that little girl. And I no longer say that she's ugly or that she's inferior or that I call her, oh, come on, little beauty. Come on, little beauty. Oh, I just love your hair. And I talk to her like that. And I love her up. And I make sure that she knows that she's safe with me. Another thing that happens is that because we weren't taught or we weren't in conditions of that love and that acceptance, that we experienced neglect and abandonment over the years. And therefore, we weren't taught to stay with ourselves. We weren't taught to, like today, you know, I have my daughters who know how to stand in their own truth. And they were raised to say, well, that's not really what I want to do. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like they have a voice that I never had, so it's kind of odd for me to hear this empowering voice coming back at me with my adults, how they express their desires and wishes with me that I never had when I was growing up. And I feel like that's a good cycle breaker. Like I've managed to break some cycles by tending to my fire, by taking care of myself, and by accepting myself. I'm able to accept the people around me, especially my own family and my own children. And so those trauma triggers, when I got triggered, that held me back. It held me back from moving forward. It held me back from saying how I really felt or what I really needed. From honoring my own truth, from being in alignment with myself. And so, as I learned to sit with my fire, I started taking care of the things that held me back. And so it's important to think about what holds you back. What holds you back and what holds you back from being okay with you? I thought about that and I created this little thing. I thought about the rascals that get in the way of, we have both our personal self, we have our professional self. We have self-management and, self-regulation is when you're talking about trauma-informed practices. Then we think about how do we self-regulate when we get triggered? How do we restore equilibrium and balance? James talked about that when he was talking about trauma-informed approaches in what's going on with our brain. How do we restore that sense of balance in ourselves? I didn't realize it, but the more I thought about myself over the years, the more I started to realize I actually have had a lot of anxiety in my whole life. I didn't know that I lived in anxiety because it was so familiar. I didn't ever have full-blown panic attacks. Well, maybe I did, I just didn't recognize it. I lived a lot in fear, and that could also be inferiority. I lived a lot. I was a little worrywart. My parents called me a little worrywart because I worried a lot. Well, of course I worried a lot. I grew up in an alcoholic home with a lot of chaos, and I experienced betrayal at the hands of my parents every day because my needs weren't met. My emotional and mental health needs were not met. I was abandoned to fend for myself. And I was the younger one of a number of siblings older than me. So not only was I abandoned by my parents, I was combating my older siblings who were also vying for power and control. I had a lot of worry and a lot of fear that I didn't know how to name. I didn't have the language for that. I didn't recognize it. And so that leads into insecurity of who am I and do I belong? You know, even though I went to university, I went through different university programs, I always struggled with being a trespasser, feeling like I was a trespasser and that I didn't belong, and that some people call it where you feel like you're impersonating. You know, what's that called? Imposter syndrome, thank you. What am I doing in this meeting? I mean, what am I doing teaching this course? Do people actually know that I actually don't know what I'm doing? And that I'm actually just trying to figure it out like everybody else. Like I'm climbing out of the puddle too. I'm climbing out of the colonial time bomb too. We all are. And a lot of us walk around with this imposter syndrome, thinking that we're supposed to be somebody, whatever that is, that's been imposed on us, that's been socially constructed by colonial institutions, and that have not lifted up who we are as Indigenous, as Anishinaabeg people. So we're trying to figure that out. I did a session last week with the Anishinaabeg Nation, 2 days on Indigenous research, and my groups had to, we did like this experiential session, and I put them in 3 different groups. Each of the groups had the task throughout the day of creating a research project. What are you searching for? You know what? Interestingly, all of the groups created search projects related to identity. Isn't that amazing? In one way or another, they were all created a project that had to do with who we are in the various contexts that we're all living in, within the diversity that we're trying to figure out who we are. So this is what we're doing. It doesn't mean then that we know exactly what that looks like. So we have to create spaces for us to have conversations and to figure that out. But we have to be okay with who we are first, so we can accept other people for where they are and not should on them. Like, you should this, you should that. You should wear this, you should wear that. You should hold your tobacco in your left hand. You should wear a skirt. You should this, that. There's a lot of shoulding going on. And we're shoulding on each other because we're carrying around these prescriptions of how we think we're supposed to be. Because we're walking around with these masks and our bark. And we haven't gotten into this level of sitting with ourselves and really knowing who we are. So we might have these little rascals that get in the way. What shows up is control. What shows up is trying to over-control ourselves, trying to control our children, trying to control, it could be our lodges, it could be our work colleagues, but control shows up because we're trying to manage this stuff. And so then we come off as controlling. And we might also end up isolating, and it shows up in our relationships, how we are with each other or with our children. And so, part of my story, of tending to my fire. Because for a long time, I actually didn't even know that fire. It was a stranger to me. And I was just over here doing my stuff, going to school, studying, working in communities can be very busy. I worked in Native mental health for many years up and down the Parry Sound corridor. And I was so busy, I wasn't paying attention to my fire. Maybe my fire was smoldering a little bit. But I got burnt out, so I decided to go and do a PhD. That was my respite. Isn't that bananas? That's nuts. Of all the things I could have did for respite, I started to do a freaking PhD. Rather than look at avoidance, And so, over time, and by experiencing like family violence within my own relationships and having relationship trauma myself, there was a point where I said, I can't do this anymore. And part of that happened at the beginning of the pandemic for me. I was tired. And I was like, and sometimes we say, what's wrong with me? What am I missing? And so I decided I'm not going to do anything. So necessity of having a relationship end, necessity became the mothership of invention for me. And I decided I was going to choose me. I wasn't going to chase anybody anymore. I wasn't going to force solutions. I was going to stay with me. I was like, oh, I choose me. That was amazing. And so what I literally did was I went to my backyard and I built a fire. And I want to acknowledge the women in my life, my sisters, all those beautiful women who encouraged me to build a fire. And I literally went out and I started. I come from the bush, so you have to start small with your fire. Maybe a bird's nest, maybe little twigs, but you start small. You can't start your fire with big logs. So I would go out there and I would build my fire. I'd start small. And I thought about that. Okay, I'm going to start small. I'm going to sit there. So here I am, I'm sitting at my fire. I'm sitting outside. And guess what happened? I just started crying. I sat there with my tears. I felt anxious, so I thought, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. Went and made a cup of tea. Oh yeah, I have a cup of tea here too. I'll just have a sip of my tea. Sometimes I'd bring my phone with me, scrolling. And I was still avoiding. I was with my fire, but I was still avoiding it. I was still avoiding myself. After a little while, I'd get up and I'd go and do something else. I'd be like, oh, okay, I got to go get some more wood, or I'd start chopping some more wood. And it took me several times to actually settle in, get everything ready before, and to settle in to sit with that fire. Because you know what happens? If you're building a fire and you leave it, it starts to smolder. It was like, oh, that fire has a spirit. And I was like, oh, I need to love you. If my fire is me, I need to sit here and love me. I need to love this fire. I need to have patience with this fire. A fire doesn't just start. You have to take time with the fire. You have to work slowly, feed it, give it oxygen. And through that time, I started to restore connection with myself. And I started to restore self-acceptance. And it was self-acceptance of the things that I would try to escape from. Self-acceptance of anxiety, fear, worry, grief. Self-acceptance of my emotional self. That's what emerged. I sat with this fire. I talked to this fire. I said, I don't know you very well, but I want to know you. I want to have a good relationship with you. And I know you're going to help me. I know you're going to help me be grounded in myself. Because, having relationships can really, unearth my foundation of safety, of security, of feeling like a failure, of feeling like incompetent, or all these things came up for me. And so I wanted to restore that. I wanted to have that in my personal self, not just in my professional self. Because my professional self was fine. It was my inner self I needed to work on, and to know that I keep myself safe. That's a profound sense of knowing, to know that I'm responsible to keep me safe by the choices I make and what I do with myself. And so this fire taught me that, sitting with that fire, because I felt like getting up. I felt like going and doing something. I'd be out there for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, and I'd get up and go do something. I started feeling anxious. And I learned a lot about anxiety. Anxiety is a really big rascal. It causes us to go into our, to escape ourselves. We try to do things to placate that anxiety, and we all find different ways to cope with that anxiety, to placate it. Some people smoke, some people go on their phones, some people go shopping, gambling, drinking, whatever, to try to restore a sense of balance with that anxiety. And so I started having conversations with anxiety. Can you imagine? I started talking to anxiety. I said, hey, what are you doing here? And I started having these jagged conversations, arguments with my emotions, those troubling ones, those ones that derail us, like worry, fear, anxiety, insecurity. Those are the ones we escape from. Grief, anger, those emotions are the ones that we do all kinds of crazy things to run away from, to avoid. And in doing the crazy things, it can actually exacerbate the troubles we have in our life, like maybe going into another relationship too quickly, or getting into trying to, maybe pills or alcohol or drugs or whatever, all kinds of stuff. So when I started having these conversations with my difficult emotions, I said, hey, anxiety, you've been around for a while, haven't you? I didn't know that. It's like somebody's been hanging out over there and in my space, and I didn't know how to name it. I didn't, and it's so crazy. I'll tell you, the crazy thing is that I am a trained social worker. It's like, relax everybody, I'm a professional. But yet, the inner house is not quite in order. But I'm out there escaping my inner house, and I'm a good helper. I'm a really good helper. And I've done that, and that's actually how I was raised. When you're raised in an alcoholic home, you learn to be a helper. I was trained to be a helper from a very young age. I took care of my home. I took care of my family. I was cooking and cleaning probably at 5 years old, 6 years old. I came by that naturally, so I'm not hard on myself that I am a superwoman helper. That's one of my superpowers I picked up through growing up in a traumatic home. However, it came at the expense of me knowing me. It came at the expense of me saying, oh my goodness, who are you? And so when I sat with me and I put, you know what? Here's another little story. When I was young, some of you here know me and maybe you heard the story before, but when I was young, how I coped with the chaos around me was I took out a ladder, I climbed up that ladder into my head, and I became a really good student. I did good in public school. Kathy is a studious girl. Kathy is a nice girl. I did well in university. I went on to a master's degree. And then guess my solution was, as a result of, experiencing vicarious trauma, being in Native mental health for years, my solution was to climb back into my head and go and do a PhD. You know why? I'll tell you why. That control, I could control that. That's what I had control over, right? Because a trauma response is where do you restore control in your life? And that's where I could control my life because I had made that pact with myself as a young girl that I am not going to become an alcoholic or a drug addict. And I will not live with alcoholics or drug addicts. That's a pact I made with myself at a very young age. So where did that control come out was like that ladder I took out and I climbed into my head. So I'm a good student. So this time that I've taken, and for me, this all happened in my mid to late 50s, and now I'm 64. It seemed to be I had finished a lot of the work that I was doing, where I was out of necessity, said, I'm going to choose me now. I'm not going to be racing around, chasing anybody else, forcing solutions. I got to take care of myself. And I wanted to do that because, you know what, I'm a kokum. So I want to be a kokum. I want to be a grounded kokum. I want to be there for my grandchildren. And so fire building is what I started doing with myself. And like I shared earlier, starting small with that fire. Starting small. See, I left my smudge there because I was busy over there. And my smudge went out. So now I have to start my smudge again. So I started that fire building. And you have to take care of your fire. It takes time. And it's layers, and it's layers and layers. Those layers are what I just talked about, some of those layers. And acknowledging, hello, grief. I've been grieving my mother. I've been grieving relationships. I've been grieving my father. I've been grieving loss of culture, loss of grandparents. We've been grieving a lot of things in our life. And we're also grieving what we weren't taught. We're also grieving what we weren't shown once we become aware of it. We're grieving the loss of our communities, that connection, the relationships that colonial violence severed. We're grieving those things. And gradually, the layers of the grief emerge as I said, hey, it's okay to be sad. What you're thinking about and where you're feeling, it's normal to be sad about that. And what's happened with the grief is it becomes smaller and smaller. And it emerges still. I feel like we'll always be dealing with grief. We'll always be dealing with these troubling emotions. And what I've learned with my fire is I've learned to take my time. I'm taking my time with me now. I'm taking my time to sit with me. And sometimes I have to make, when I'm making like a special food or something, I'll make a little feast dish. And I'll take that little feast dish, I'll make a little birch bark basket, and I'll take that little birch bark basket and I'll put a little tobacco tie in it, and I'll feast my spirit. And I'll take that to my fire, and I'll feed my spirit. And each time I do that, it's amazing what happens. Like sometimes I would feel like, oh, I'm alone. But I'm not alone. I'm never alone. Around my fire, around me, I have so many grandmothers and grandfathers that sit with me. And we all have those that travel with us, that help us. When you sit with your fire and you clear that pathway for this relationship to emerge, what's always been there begins to appear. Because you don't have that, how would you say, the rubble piles of your own trauma getting in the way, of your own stuff. It's not getting in the way. It's like the snow. When the snow comes, we take out our shovels, we clear the path. That's what sitting with your fire does. It clears your pathway so that you don't have clutter. You're not cluttered along your pathway with fear and worry and anxiety and shooting on yourself and giving yourself a hard time. Like, you don't need to give yourself a hard time. We've been given a hard time enough. Be kind to yourself. Because if you can be kind to yourself, you'll be kind to others. And these are all teachings I was given a long time ago with one of my first teachers, Herb Nabagamba, who always said to me, tend to the center of your fire. I didn't really know what that meant, actually. I heard it. I understood it up here. What does that really mean, and what does that look like? It's interesting now that I'm thinking about that and putting those dots, connecting those dots to tending your center fire, taking care of your center fire. It means that when you're with that center fire, you're not alone. You're sitting with Spirit. You're sitting with Creator. And for me, I do this outside in my backyard. So I have all these grandmothers and grandfathers around me, like these sacred trees. I have a cedar tree there, tamarack tree. I have a black walnut tree. I have these beautiful trees, poplar trees. There's beautiful trees there. I have a birch tree. And you know what? I talk to them. I tell them, what is it like to be Iyiniwiyihtwawin? Sometimes I'm out there and I'm going, oh my God, I'm so frustrated. Blah, 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 blah. Or like, I just tell them what it's like to be me, to be a human being, to walk in my shoes. And I sit there and I put my tobacco in my fire and I thank the ancestors for coming to listen to me. And you know what they say to me? They say, thank you for telling us, sharing with us what it's like to be a human being. Because they don't know. A cedar tree doesn't know what it's like to be me. The robins that come and listen, they don't know what it's like to be me. I tell them. And, oh my goodness, we're not alone when we sit with our fire. This has been a profound transformation in my being. And you know what I realized was that I've never been alone. We've always been in the bestest company of all. We've always had our ancestors with us. We've always had those sacred ones around us. Like, that's why we go fasting. That's why we have land-based programs. That's why we have the medicines, because they are all spirit. They're all sacred beings. And when we engage with them, we restore the sacred connection. It's like we restore their responsibilities in creation. And they are there. They'll help us. And we share with our fire. It's been a healing journey. And this fire for me it's been an awakening to a level of self-knowing that has been extremely profound. To really practice stillness, to practice spending the time, putting that little stick on, feeding your fire, piece by piece, bit by bit, sitting there. I've sat there under the moon, under the stars with my fire. When I feel alone in the world, you know what my spirit says? Let's make a fire. And I go outside and I make a fire. I still bring my cup of tea with me because, hey, I'm a tea granny. I love my tea. Everybody that knows me knows that. I'll go out and I'll make my fire. And it transforms. It heals. It builds self-awareness. It restores self-connection. And my neighbors, I have a neighbor lady. She's like 85. She lives beside me in Kitchener where I live. And she's like, Kathy, you're like a polar bear. Because I'm sitting outside in my winter coat with my fire. And she's like, you're there all by yourself. I say, no, I'm not by myself. I'm good. I'm doing great out here. I love it out here. And I sit out there and I take care of my fire until I feel like I've tended to myself. Then when I'm ready, I can go in and I carry on. I might be, so what happens, anxiety and that kind of stuff, it gets in the way of our creativity. One of the things that I love to do is I love to sew. When I sew, I feel good. Like growing up in the bush, we did a lot of stuff inside our house. That's in the winter time, that's what we did. Painting, sewing, it's just natural. And I love to sew. But when I'm anxious and when I'm escaping and when I'm preoccupied and I'm running away from my feelings and my inner stuff, that gets in the way of this pathway of the medicine that comes from creativity. I play a guitar, but I don't do that when I am embedded in my own maskihikiya and when I'm preoccupied with this stuff. But after I sit with my fire, after I've attended to myself, I've attended to whatever it is that a lot of anxiety, worry for things I have no control over. It could be our family members that are engaged in their shenanigans. Wondering, how come I haven't heard from so-and-so? What are they doing? Are they okay? Are they safe? There's so much going on, right? I worry about my son. I worry about, my brother. I worry about my family members that are vulnerable because of the lifestyles they have and the choices they're making. And that can make us crazy. We can be obsessed over that. And when that happens, I have to go and sit with my fire. And I give it to Creator. I give it to Creator, and I ask the Creator and the grandmothers and the roots of the trees to go and, watch over them, take care of them. When I have a problem with somebody, or somebody's like, not being very nice, then I go sit with my fire. I give it. I give thanks for that protection that's offered here. I don't need to do anything out there. All my medicine is right here at my fire. I just put another log in the fire. I sit with my fire. I used to be afraid of that, of being with myself, keeping myself so busy. And you know what? It's kind of crazy. Some of my friends that are here will know that I've been living alone for 5 years now, and I'm actually happily single. I am. Like, isn't that amazing? Like, I am, for the first time in my life, I actually am content with myself. I've had some crazy things. I went through cancer. I had cancer on my nose. I had to have surgery. I have a big scar on my forehead, my nose. That has a huge impact on a person. That changes your face. I had to walk through that. I sat with my fire. My fire helped me with that. I look in the mirror and I say, you know what? I love you just as you are. I'm grateful I'm healthy. I'm grateful I'm here. And there's a reason I was introduced to that illness. It has to do with my medicine. There's a reason. And that's going to come yet. I know that. Because what happens when this pathway, when you tend to your fire, fire needs oxygen. We need oxygen. A fire needs to breathe. We need to breathe. Fire needs attention and care and respect and love. And this is what I've learned by sitting with this fire and attending to my fire. And I thought, wow, by doing this for the fire, I realize I need to do this for myself. And as helpers, the more you learn about tending to your fire and how hard that is, like, this is hard. I'm not kidding. This has been really hard, sitting with my fire. To stay put, to stay in my house, to go into my backyard, to not call my sisters, to not call my kids, to stay put when I feel pitiful. That is freaking hard. It's hard work to sit with your fire. It's not easy. The more you do that, though, the more you grow. The more you are giving yourself that attention, that care, that self-love, that respect. And so, this is something that's happened over this time. People that have been doing this for a long time will understand what I'm about to say. This is a sacred fire we have. The fire is the portal to a sacred world, spiritual world. When you sit with this fire, the sacred fire, it helps your spiritual pathway. And so my pathway to my spirit is clear. So now I sound like a crazy person because I'm talking to my spirit in my house. It's a we, not a me. So what are we doing? And she answers. And something happens and I'll be like, do we need to do something about that? She'll say yes or no. She guides me. She guides me in my walk. And now I absolutely 100% know I am not alone. There's a we in here because this pathway is clear. And I can hear her. So as a helper, she is connected to all of your spirits. And I know that what I'm saying is going to touch some of you and encourage you because she's guiding me. in what I share. And sometimes I stop and I look, or I'm pause, and you know what's happening is I'm listening to her. I'm listening to her. She's telling me what to say. So it's we, and it's that sacred pathway that's opened up in my life. And as a helper, I always had that because I'm intuitive and I'm an empath. That's a natural thing. However, this pathway as a helper becomes your guide. We can have a lot of like theories of practice, you know, CBT and all these things. But really the Creator gave us these guides. And so when I'm doing my work, it's the guides that'll say, you know, what about this, what about that? And I'll say, what about this or what about that? And the person might start crying because it's right on the mark. And I'll be like, whoa, that's not me. I am the messenger. I am a helper, that's all I am. But the work I'm doing as a helper is I've sat with my fire. And sitting with my fire has become the center of my life and the center of my practice as I continue to be a helper to our people and to our communities. And my roles will change as I get older. I know my roles are changing as I leave the university over time. You know, in a year I'm going to retire, going to hand in my golden handcuffs. They've had enough of me. Time for me to change my role and reprioritize where I put my energy. And that's coming for me. So this practice that I've been doing is where my medicine is. It's where my strength is. It's what grounds me. And everybody can do this. I hope that this becomes what grounds each of you too in your life and in your practice as a helper. This is what our people need. We need people that know how to be human beings in our whole self. Right? I say miigwech to you for listening and for being here and for being so kind. So, chi miigwech. Nahau.
Thank you so much, Kathy. That was an incredible and beautiful message of self-love and acceptance. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have time for a couple of questions before we break for lunch, so please raise your hands if you have a question. There's one right there, I see.
Kathy, it's so great to hear you again. I miss the people that we know. So hopefully you remember me. My question to you, though, is like, I'm thinking of the sacred fire. My hope is that, like, a candle would be okay for those of us that live in Toronto and don't have access to a backyard. So I'm wondering if you could speak of other options that we can use when we don't have the privilege of a backyard. You know.
Miigwech, that's a really great question. This is all you need, a candle. Sit with your candle if you have your medicines. My first instructions for Herb Nabagonba was, this was the first eagle feather I received from him almost 40 years ago, was when I was in my 20s. And my instructions was to sit with that fire and to sit with my helper and befriend this helper. And have this helper get to know you. So share yourself with your helper. And you can do that in your home. Yeah.
I love that. There's another question I see there. Oh, there's a few more, sorry.
Hi. I just want to say, my name is Donna Augustine. My spirit name is Thunderbird Turtle Woman. And I just want to tell you that, first of all, yes, the spirit of the trees really are alive. They came to me asking for a specific ceremony. I did exactly as instructed. But I also want to tell you that at one time, I was putting some people out to fast. And this one woman was by herself in a teepee, and she woke up, I think it was the second or third morning, and she said, I was panicking because, oh my gosh, she said, I fell asleep and my fire went out. And then she said, but as I sat there, she said, I realized something. It's not really out. All I had to do was add a little bit of birch bark, a little small twigs, stoke it up again, and that fire started to burn brightly again. And she was there. One of the things she was asking about, she was having a hard time in her marriage. And so this was like almost like a teaching for her. It's okay, just nurture it. And I just want to add too that every single one of us carry that sacred fire inside of us in our spirit, everyone. And if we didn't have a spirit, we would cease to live. Just like those trees have a spirit. That fire itself has a spirit. The water has a spirit. Every single thing around us has a spirit. So I thank you for, everybody has their own way of connecting, and how the spirits of our ancestors and the Creator speaks through us. And individually we know exactly how that is. And so for you, it's a fire. I'm not going to talk about it too much right now, but in my presentation tomorrow, I work on repatriation, so the ancestors speak through me and guide me. But this is not just for me, it's for our nation. So we all have, not one person knows all the answers. Every single one of us carry a gift. We're born into this world, very sacred, every one of us. And we all wanted to be here. We all have a purpose to be here. And when we bring that together, when we work together, we help one another. It's like flowers. They're not all the same. It'd be pretty boring if there was only one type of flower to make up a flower garden. We're all unique, we're all special, but together we make up that beautiful flower garden. And so I thank you today for sharing that about the fire. And when we put that tobacco in there, it's true, that smoke, when that goes up, it represents our connection from this world, the physical world, to the spirit world. And just one more quick teaching too, that sweetgrass, to us in the East, we're the people of the dawn. We're told that that was the first gift that was given to us by the Creator. And we're told that when somebody passes on, as soon as you hear of somebody passing on, you light that sweetgrass right away, and they'll smell it on their journey. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, there's one more question, sorry.
Ani Kathy, Nâtawihkoyâhk Ekwa. My name is Roberta. I want to say a tremendous miigwech for this presentation today. I think a lot of people missed out by not being here. I think all of us are struggling with kind of getting in connection with ourselves again. And I want to say miigwech for referencing Herb Nabagamba. I went to Laurentian University for my undergrad in Native Human Services 30 years ago. And Herb was there. And I know that my mom went through the same program like a few years ahead of me. And she would talk about Herb and how he would talk about those little rascals. So this is the first time I've actually seen it referenced at any conference, anywhere where somebody has pulled it all together so lovely. I also grieve and hurt because my mother, I don't think, really paid attention to those teachings. She died at 56. And in your story, I hear that that's that time where you're kind of past that raising your children stage, and you have the time and the space to be able to get back in touch with who you are internally. And I really wish for my mother that she had had the opportunity to really think about those teachings, and to be able to sit there with her fire, and to be able to kind of grow and learn and heal from all of those things that affected her growing up. I'm at that age now, and my mom died at 56. And I think that's just a wake-up call and a message to all of us, to be able to kind of work towards that self-healing, and to be able to get to that space where we're good with ourselves. And I want to say miigwech.
Miigwech for sharing. Miigwech, I appreciate that.
Yeah, beautiful, thank you. Thank you very much, Kathy. That was wonderful. And thank you all. Lunch is in the foyer, so I hope you all enjoy a bite to eat. And remember that this afternoon is going to be a bit shorter than yesterday because we have the pipe ceremony and feast and round dance later on today. Thanks, everyone. I know some people are still eating, but we're going to get started with the afternoon. Hope everyone enjoyed all this delicious food. Really lucky. I just want to also say thank you to everyone who's, working hard behind the scenes, helping to make sure that everything is going smoothly and helping to make sure that we all have what we need. Let's give them a round of applause, all of the staff and the organizers. Thank you all so much. This afternoon, we are honored to welcome Graham Tipene. Graham Tipene is a Maori design specialist and cultural advisor whose work has helped shape engagement with mental health and well-being through a Maori point of view. Based in his tribal homelands of his Nâtawihkoyâhk people, Graham has been instrumental in Maori mental health initiatives, integrating Indigenous knowledge and practices to support whānau families and communities. His work with the Ministry of Education further reinforces his commitment to ensuring cultural identity and connection are at the heart of healing and learning. I love how this is like such a theme that has gone through every single speaker that we've had at the conference. It's really, really inspiring to see that. Through his expertise in Maori design, storytelling, and cultural frameworks, Graham brings a unique perspective on how Indigenous worldviews can transform mental health approaches. His insights will highlight the power of cultural identity, connection to the whakapapa genealogy, and the integration of traditional knowledge in shaping meaningful engagement with clients. Please join me in welcoming back to the stage our visitors, Graham Tipene, and we also welcome back his family, the Maori performers.
Amo ake ai au I tāku toki kia tū te ngangana. Ko te toki nā wai, ko te toki nā māui I tuaina ai, tāna rākau I hahau ai te tāhu o tōna whare. Toki nui, toki roa, toki kuru patu no, hea te toki nei manahi no, hea te toki nei manaha. Te manaha nui a tāne, ka whakarongo nui, ake nui, mārire koi ara, koi ara. Koi ara tūtara wiwini, koi ara tūtara wawana no, hea I toki ai no rungi, toki ai oi. Ho mai hoki toki nei, heri pōnga, hea pēnga. Whāno, haramai te toki. Haumi e, hui e, taiki e.
Iaha te hau e wawaramai, he tūheraki. Nāna ia mai te pūpū tare kihi ki uta. He teke nei au te kotu, koia te pau whakairo kātū ki te wai te mata e tūra, ti hei I Mauriora. A katika ko te tuatahi na wā katoa. A katuku I nā karakia ngā taku, no reira kei taku rangatira, kei taku tohunga, kei taku tuakana, tēnei o e mihi ana. Ka huri taku reo ki ngā tirimate o te wā, ina nahi rā ko tai mai te karere, ko hinga te tahi o ngā rangatahi I te kāinga. Anō reira koutou rā ko ngā mate o te wā haere atura. Rātau kia rātau, ka huri taku reo kia tātou e noho nei. Tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi tēnei ki te kaupapa rangatira, ko whakatūria e koutou I tēnei wā, tēnā koutou katoa. No mātou te whiwhi, te kuhu mai ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Te whare e tū nei, tēnā koe, te papa e takoto nei, tēnā koe, ngā pai maunga, ngā moana, ngā awa. Tēnei ahau, tēnei mātou, ngā manuhiri ki tō koutou ni whenua, e mihi ana, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka huri au ki te reo tuarua. I opened with we call it a whakatauki. And in my people's language, it means proverb. There was a man named Titai, and he woke up one morning and he had a vision. And the vision was of the sailing ships coming into the harbour we all live on. Fast forward a few hundred years, and then all these sailing ships started coming into our harbour. I then acknowledged the Creator and all the blessings that our Creator and our ancestors have put upon us. I also acknowledged those who have passed. Yesterday, we got news from home that one of our young ones have passed away. He went to school with my niece over here, and she told me at dinner last night. So we acknowledge them, so that those who we mourn and you mourn, we will mourn together. I then turn my attention to all of you. The way you have welcomed us into these lands, we are truly blessed. So we thank you for having us. I named this kōrero, this talk, when you have a face like mine, you don't need to buy a tino rangatiratanga flag. A tino rangatiratanga flag is the flag you see on the screen. It is a flag of protest, and it is widely used in our country when the government or anybody else wants to pick a fight. In the bottom right-hand corner is this fella. I dropped him off with his mother to one side of our harbour bridge, and they walked across that harbour bridge, shut down traffic, and disrupted the system. That flag and thousands more like it flew that day across our harbour bridge. This is what protest looks like back home. This is what it's like when you test us and our sovereignty. And in November of last year, this is when this was the largest ever hikoi, or march, our country has ever seen. They say the numbers are around 30,000. We've seen the photos, it's more like 100,000. A lot of Māori got sick and didn't go to work that day and ended up standing outside Parliament saying, "You do not test us. You are guests here," not the other way around. So teaching little fellas like this what to do in moments like that is an absolute must for us as Māori, for us as Indigenous peoples. So, with a face like mine, I don't need to buy one of those flags. Because every time I walk into a supermarket, every time I go to a doctor's surgery, every time I sit around a board table, everyone in that room knows my commitment to my people. Because I cannot hide it. And I like it that way. This is the day I received my markings. In July of 2019. The lady you see in the photo, that's a woman, by the way, who's stabbing me in the face. Her name is Anikaro Harawira. Her father is one of the first, one of the stalwarts, one of the OGs, we call him, of Māori protest. The reason I got a woman to tattoo my face was because my mother was a strong woman, and I wanted a strong woman to do the honour. And she's tough, all right. This woman also did my cousin Te Amo Haere, who's sitting behind me. Did her chin markings a couple of years ago now. The story of tāmoko, the tattooed face, starts with domestic violence. And here's that story, the Graham version. A man by the name of Mataora was married to a woman named, she was a tūrehu, an underworld woman. Her name was Niwareka. Mataora violently lashed out at Niwareka, so she returned to her people in Rarohenga, the underworld. After a short time, Mataora became lonely and went in search of Niwareka. He's a man, he got lonely. Once he found her, he tried to lure her home with promises of being a better husband. She refused his offer and wanted to stay with her people in the underworld. While there, Mataora saw the face of Niwareka's father. His face was etched with the markings. The father's name was Uetonga. Mataora asked if he could take on the markings, and Uetonga agreed. Mataora was adorned with the design on the face, but it was painted on with a mix of saliva and ash soot. Mataora's confidence grew, and when he returned to Te Aotearoa, the normal world, he had become quite obnoxious and started to show off his new face to everyone in the normal world. That was until the first rains came. The markings on Mataora's face started to run off his face and down his body. The people in the normal world started to ridicule him. Mataora returned to Rarohenga feeling belittled and ashamed. His mental health had been shaken. Excuse my nose. Upon his return to Rarohenga, Mataora questioned his wife's father as to why he only used saliva and ash soot when everyone else's markings were permanently etched. Uetonga explained to Mataora, "These markings are not for adornment purposes only. They are a way of life and come with responsibilities." Mataora felt so ashamed, he refused to return to the normal world and opted instead to stay in Rarohenga. Niwareka and her father Uetonga allowed him to live among them because they knew if he had walked away again, he would never learn the essence of the lesson. Over time, Mataora started to learn new skills from the Tūrehu people. He became a ringaraupa, which means a man with calloused hands. And in Aotearoa, we like those kind of people. Niwareka recognized the change in Mataora and was again attracted to him. Eventually, she fell in love with Mataora and promised her heart to him on the stipulation that he was never to mistreat her ever again. Niwareka's father, Uetonga, had also seen the changes in this man. He had become a level head, a hard worker, a gentleman to his wife, and a better father. Uetonga decided to give the adornment of tāmoko to Mataora. This time the tāmoko was etched into Mataora's face to never be removed. Mataora and Niwareka returned to the normal world. And that is the brief story of how tāmoko came to my people. Mata, meaning face, ora, meaning living. In other words, do the hard work, you get the treats. Ko maunga kia te maunga. Thanks, cuz. Ko maunga kia te maunga, ko māhuhu ki te rangi te waka, ko wai te mata te moana, ko tumutumu whenua te whare tupuna, ko Ngāti Whātua te iwi. My mountain is maunga kia. My canoe is māhuhu ki te rangi. My ocean is te waite mata. My house is tumutumu whenua. My people is Ngāti Whātua. My name is Graham Tipene. When living in Calgary and working with communities there, I was gifted a drum, an eagle feather, and the name Mabutabe, which I am told means across the ocean man. I am a tāmoko, traditional Māori tattoo practitioner in my homelands of Orake, in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, Aotearoa, New Zealand. What you are about to hear are stories. Stories of life, stories of love, stories of pain. You won't hear thesis summaries or academic musings, just stories from someone who loves his craft and his people. I warn you now, there is a naked photo of a man from the back in my slide set. We've also got a real man who wants to get naked. You just got to get through his wife. His nieces. And his cousins. I also warn you, I might cry. I am a product of whāngai, Māori adoption. My birth mother and my mother who raised me were best friends and first cousins. Both have now passed on. An agreement was made between them to make sure I was raised by this woman here. This was to be the beginning of a life full of questions. Was I not good enough to keep? Why did she keep the other kids? Were my adopted parents not good enough to have kids of their own? Who was my birth father? Why has he never shown up? You know, simple things. Stuff kids shouldn't have to think about. I was raised different to my brothers and sisters and didn't quite understand it all until I became a father myself. I refer to this woman as my mother and this man as my father. This is my mum and dad. Her name is Merepaia Tipene. His name is Sunny Tipene. Her name is Merepaia Tipene. This boy was born 2 weeks after she passed away. His name is Tumaya, to stand with confidence. Turangi Tukua, named after the land his mother is from. Te Urio Paia, the descendant of Paia, this woman. Kerrison Tipene. There is no way they will ever be anything else to me. I have always known I was adopted. It was never hidden away from me. As a child, my mother, this woman here, was the caretaker of a school, and it was my job to open the junior block. I always did it super quick so I could sit there and draw for a few minutes. One of my first memories was drawing facial tāmoko mataora. Make some noise if you recognize this scene. Excuse me. In 1994, a major blockbuster movie focused on a Māori family was released. Its name was Once Were Warriors. It was here my journey into tāmoko started to take shape. My beautiful people were on screen with facial markings. The downside, however, it also showed the negative side to this family dynamic: violence, alcohol abuse, and sexual abuse. This is pre-mataora thinking. An important line in the movie comes near the end of the movie, before the final climax, right about now. The younger brother was admiring his older brother's mataora, the younger brother standing in the kitchen there, and then the older brother standing behind the mum. An exchange happens. The younger brother says to the older brother, looks good on you, bro. The older brother turns and says, you want one, bro? The younger brother says, no thanks. We all know the line. I wear mine on the inside. 30 years later, the gravity of that line will forever remain with me. It means, like mataora, I am not ready for the responsibility that comes with these markings. This film was released in my final years of high school, and my aim was to study Māori design. At university, we did the 6 elements of Māori design. 3 of them you see on screen. Ko whaiwhai, the rafters on our house. Taniko, the finely woven patterns you see around that old photo there. And whakairo, or carving of wood, stone, bone. There's that photo. Tuku, which is behind us 3 in the corner there. It's those panels that are going up like stairs. Tuku. Raranga, which is the cloak that you can see with the red background, which is also sitting in a museum in Germany. I went there. I arrived here on Sunday from Germany. I went to see that cloak. And then the 6th element is tāmoko, or traditional Māori tattooing. The one thing uniting all 6 is our language. After study, I worked in fields that were not connected to Māori design thinking at all, or so I thought. I'll move the photo. One of my first positions was with the Ministry of Education, where I worked with non-Māori psychologists who were there to assess behaviour needs of Māori students who didn't conform, like a lot of these ones. The naughty kids. After this, I moved into Māori mental health, and like the Ministry of Education, I worked with non-Māori psychologists to assess behaviour needs and the mental health needs of Māori children. Now, you don't have to be Einstein to realise that this method of assessment in both areas was not going to achieve anything great from a Māori perspective. For these children, from a Māori perspective for these children. To me, the lack of identity and the understanding that these children have of their identity played a big role in why these children were being referred in the first place. So instead of medication or Western therapy, I started to link families with tribal connections and language. And that meant actually finding people that were from those tribal connections to come and reconnect these young people. Here's an email, here's a phone number, here's a person you should be talking to. In Aotearoa, we have a whole generation called the Kohanga Reo, the language nest generation. Our current movers and shakers at home are students born into this generation. Their understanding of themselves is rock solid and unshakable. Cue this woman. You all saw it. The video got viewed 700 million times. She went to school with my son-in-law. Amazing young woman. Her father's pretty cool too. She's she's amazing. She's just, people ask for autographs and photos, and because she did what was right. This happened when the march was heading towards Parliament. Many of my clients who step into my studio go through a filter process. Sometimes it's their own epiphany moments, and sometimes they work with their own families to find clarity to receive the markings. The process is important because we don't want to permanently itch a face that should be wearing saliva and ash soot. In a podcast discussion a few weeks ago, I explained that there are cases of people who have the markings but do not live the markings. There are others who live the markings but are yet to adorn themselves with the markings. Some of my whānau here are prime examples of the latter. For whatever reason, they have chosen to wear their markings on the inside until they feel ready to receive. A mentally unwell and unready recipient is a liability to the markings. and everything that comes with the responsibility of these markings. We must do all we can to support recipients towards a mataora mindset prior to them receiving. What does that look like? Realness and love. I am a father to 3 and a dad to 4. Make sense? Phew. This is my stepson, Dalton. He turned 20 in December. A few weeks ago, I told him, get in the car, we're going for a drive. He's like, oh, we're picking something up. Get in the car, we're going for a drive. And I took him to a high-end establishment, you might know it, it's called KFC. And I bought him dinner. At dinner, I says to him, Dalton, this is the talk. He looked at me very surprised and was like, oh. I said to him, tell me, from now until the day you die, what's the plan? From now until the day you die, what's the plan? He spent 45 minutes. Oh, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I think we might do this, and then I was hoping that I could do that, and then, might get married, and then, go move out, and da. I said to him, thank you. I didn't need to hear that. You did. You needed to hear yourself say what you need to do. Then I went through a few things. This is what it's like being a Māori man in New Zealand. And he was like, oh, hey, yes, those towels and those clothes don't put themselves away, my friend. That laundry does not hang itself. It doesn't fold itself, and it does not walk back to your room on its own. That is your job. When you walk in the house and there's a pile of dishes by the sink, that is also your job. On a Monday when the rubbish truck comes, if those bins are still sitting in the house, bro. Realness and love. On the drive home, he asked me, oh, did you have this talk with Akuhata, which is our eldest boy? He's 25, single, hunter, diver. He has his own job, has his own car. He also has teeth. So if you want his number, come and see me later. He has his own teeth. And he can sing. And he's an actor. The list goes on. Ladies, he's single, all right? I'll show you a photo later. Come and see me. Realness and love. So me and Dalton, we had a realness and love conversation. That's him teaching me how to do a tie, because I wouldn't have a clue. And that's me taking him for a dive with a spear gun. And I tell him, when we go diving, you and that spear gun over there. Because I don't want to be your biggest catch of the day. We have a ceremony called moko papa. Moko meaning tattoo, papa of the earth. The 3 tattooed faces you see here went through this ceremony. Although it is a fairly new process for Māori, it has been normalised now, and it is common to have anything from 1 recipient all the way up to 35 recipients receiving facial markings over a weekend. Attendee numbers can range from the recipient and 1 other, all the way up to 300 people coming to show love to the recipient. This is my Auntie Kata. The day she received her markings, the house was full. It was crazy. It was Auntie Kata was getting done. Another cousin, Tarati Blair, was getting done, and another cousin, Precious Clark, was getting done. The house was full. I totally underestimated the pull of these strong women. Amo over here. How many was it yours? 20-something, 20 recipients? Oh, right. 13 of Te Amo Haire's family and friends got done over a weekend. That weekend was absolutely amazing. It was my third mokopapa in a month. We arrived after 2 others to where they are from, and we tattooed 13 women over a weekend. The singing started on Friday, stopped when everybody went to sleep, started again when everybody woke up, and then finished on Sunday. Hatea, the team that these two are part of, are the sweetest singers in New Zealand, and they're going to give you a demonstration later. And they also just found out that they were doing that. Mokopapa is a massive undertaking. We have to find out how we are going to feed people. We have to find out if the house is free. We have to find out if the artist is free. We have to find out if the singers are free. We have to find out if the guitarists are free. My partner here turned up to one of them, and at the end, we go in for a meal, and there's all the delicacies all Māori really love. She turns to me and says, "Do you eat like this all the time at these?" And I went, "Pretty much." She says, "I'm coming to the next one." On the table here is my Auntie Kata. The girl in the white dress with her back to us is my daughter. The girl looking into her phone is Auntie Kata's daughter. They are both reading a karakia, or a prayer, that my eldest son composed for receiving facial markings. At the end of this session, we sat there while these girls read this karakia. For this particular session, it was important that a child of this woman did this prayer, as my own child did my prayer when I was complete. You can see everybody in the photo. Everybody shows up. We sing, we laugh, we pray. When I work, I tell people, kia kauairunga ngā kōrero. Everything that is to be spoken in this space has to be of a higher vibration. If you want to talk about going clubbing, that is done outside. If you want to talk about those hot girls at work, that is done outside. If you want to talk about your love for this person, sit right here. If you want to talk about love for this person and her family, and if you want to do prayer, if you want to sing, this is your seat here. This was a few years ago. Auntie Kata has had her markings for a couple of years. Auntie Kata's father and my grandmother are brothers. Brother and sister, not brothers, brother and sister. This is the day I got done. Last year, I was leading a group of practitioners into mokopapa, but realized that some of the recipients had not done the hard yards when it comes to understanding the responsibility of taking on the markings. This is where realness and love came into play. I stood to address the room of 30 recipients and their families the night before we started work. 200 people filled that house. I said, I've heard some people say, when I get this, I'm going to quit alcohol. When I get this, I'm going to quit smoking. When I get this, I'm going to learn my language. The realness and love in me said, if you have not done those things yet, these markings are not going to help you. Those are things you do weeks in the lead up to this. This is the work you need to do in the lead up to receiving these markings. Tell me what you've done, not what you're going to do. Show me. Don't tell me. It's a big one back home. Show me. Don't tell me. Quitting or doing these things is also not a prerequisite for taking on the markings. Living a life that doesn't inhibit growth of others to thrive is. Many people assume you must be a master of languages to take on the markings. You do not. There is a common misconception that you have to have a level of language before you take on the markings. It is exactly that, a misconception. If we step back and think about it, we can ascertain that in days of old, our people only spoke Māori. Therefore, the learning of the language was not an issue. Oh, I'll take the call later, thanks. Just a bit busy. Today, this is different, and we speak English and must learn Māori. These two here, their house is a Māori language only house. So my boy goes up to their house and tries to pull their kids to our house so that he can speak English. But their house, you can only speak Māori in their house. It is a rule for their children and them. Absolutely amazing. Mind-blowing. To revive your language, you have to be militant in your approach. You should not care about the feelings of others if you are to make sure your language survives. Let's be very clear on that. Yes, moko is your birthright, but you must approach it with a sense of responsibility and guardianship. Guardianship to the markings, but everything that comes with it, including the language. So if you're ready to receive the markings, then you must be ready to learn the language and customs that makes up who we are as Māori, not just the aesthetics of it. The language plays a major role in Māori mental health, and the upper echelons of language speakers have an aura about them that can make others nervous. These two here, upper echelons. New language speakers are the most courageous people I know. They go through the darkest of times when first starting out. Their confidence is shaken and their inner well-being takes a massive, massive beating. This is colonization working at its finest. I know firsthand what this is like. My wahine here, my lady here, she did 1 year full immersion, first time she's ever done that. And I says to her, good luck, because I know what it's like. And sure enough, she would come home in tears. And I said to her, it's hard, but hell, is it worth it? Carry on. It's hard, but hell, is it worth it? This year, my daughter, at 23 years of age, has also decided to do the same class. The class is 1 year full immersion. You can only speak Māori in this school. People who take that on are the most courageous people I know. Te Amo Haere here is on the board of that school. Have a look at this. A few years ago, I went to a funeral down in the South Island. My cousin, who lived in the South Island of New Zealand, lived there her entire life. She was totally disconnected from her people. The day she passed, I got a phone call, can you come down? I says, I'm there. I will be there soon. I went down and I went to my cousin's funeral. And for us, our funerals are anything from 3 days to 5 days. My cousin's was 3 days. My son and I went down and we stayed with with my cousin and her friends. All friends, very few family members. There was her children and me. Everybody else was pretty much a stranger to me. We went down and upheld the customs, maintained the ceremony, and then flew home. Flew home from a funeral where I knew hardly anybody. I got off a plane and I had planned to tattoo 2 of my cousin's chins. And I says to them, we'll go to my house and we'll do it there. I pull into my driveway, my house was full of family. Absolute contrast to what I just came from. Absolute contrast. My kitchen was full of people, my lounge was full of people, my veranda was full of people, my studio was full of people, my driveway was full of people. I went upstairs to get changed and I cried. It was the happiest I had been in a while, having all those people in my house. Anyway, this is the night my cousins got done. That's my studio, That's all my family there. Cousin number 1. Done. Cousin number 2. Their names are Hayley Kipper and Terry Davis. They live and breathe Te Ao Māori, the Māori world. There's a few recognizable faces in there. That lady there is sitting over here. And my niece Kayla is also in the room. And Te Arepa and Te Mohaere popped in as well. Aesthetically speaking, moko in Aotearoa, New Zealand is beautiful, and I can see why some of my people are doing it for the beauty as opposed to the responsibility. This is where deep, hard conversations need to happen, realness and love. We need to mentally prepare our people for a life of wearing the markings as opposed to the moment. The first encounters at the supermarket, or in my case, the airport and the podiatrist. Story time. So the day after I received my markings, I needed to see a podiatrist for a minute piece of steel that was stuck in my foot. The neighborhood where the podiatrist is, not very many tattooed faces walking around that neighborhood. Lots of money though. I got lost in a hallway and heard a door open behind me. This was my first encounter outside of my village. The lovely Pākehā, white lady, her eyes said everything before her mouth did. I asked her for directions and she pointed me to the surgery I was looking for. Upon entry to the reception, I heard an audible gasp. I wondered what they were gasping at and looked around only to see my reflection in a mirror behind reception. My mind and body went into shock and I sat down. Picked up a newspaper and held it high to hide my face. Just then, my mother, who had passed away, came visiting. And I could hear her, and she said, I'll take the swear words out. Put the paper down. This is a forever decision. This is not a pair of shoes. This is not a new jacket. Put the paper down. So I folded it up, put it on the coffee table, and continued to cry in that reception area with the only brown face in the room. Tears started to stream down my face as my shaky hands folded the paper, placed it on the coffee table. Within minutes, the podiatrist came for me and looked shocked. He showed me to the room and sat me on the clinic table. He started to work on my foot, and when he found the problem, he looked up at me and said, "This is going to hurt." He then realized he's talking to someone who has just had a needle stab his face 1,000,000 times and said, "Oh, you'll be fine." A student who was standing next to me then turned to me and asked, "How sore was that?" At that exact moment, I realized the job. Our job is to teach and educate when people ask. So if you see us walking around, come and talk to us. We don't bite. We might swallow whole, but we don't bite. In 2017, we lost a niece to suicide. In 2022, we lost her brother the same way. In 2023, the eldest boy of the family, that same family, asked me for markings. My response was no. Who am I to mark a child whose parents had not done the hard work to ensure this child was emotionally safe enough to take on these markings? At the brother's funeral, I heard someone say, "Oh, it's okay. We know how to do tangi, Māori funeral ceremony." I was gobsmacked. Knowing how to run a Māori funeral is not the flex he thought it was. It's probably one of the worst things to be good at. Having hard conversations rooted in deep love, that's the job. That's gangster. That's healthy. That is the real flex. And we shouldn't hide from it. This year, I have had a request from a woman to take on the chin markings. She lives in Australia. My response? No. Who am I to mark the skin of a person who takes all the good from living on another Indigenous land without understanding that people's struggle for sovereignty, nor our own struggle for sovereignty? She has been living the good life without understanding the hardships that come with being a colonized people on your own land. Come home and understand you from here, as opposed to an understanding from a place of colonial violence that you are now a beneficiary of. To take on these markings is to relieve yourself of everything that can pull you down. Your whare tapawha. Whare tapawha is a Māori health model. Your mind, your body, your spirit, and your family. These four things have to be solid. These four things have to be strong. If one needs work, do the work. It's that simple. This requires accountability and hard conversations rooted in deep love. The harder the conversation, the sooner you have to have it. Māori design thinking and processes are used extensively across Aotearoa. In Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, where we have travelled from, we use Māori design to retell historic stories of my people. This work is more than the beautification of our city. For me, this work is identity building for a generation of Ngāti Whātua, my tribe, that we are yet to meet and maybe will never meet. When I was a child, there was hardly a mention of Māori design anywhere. To see anything Māori, you had to visit the Auckland Museum. Here's the boss here. Or at our village in our ancestral home. Auckland, in effect, could have been any city anywhere in the world. Upon graduating design school, my mission was to change that. This is some of the artwork we do back home. Not to beautify the place up, to inform, educate, and for our kids to know, oh yeah, I see myself in this landscape. I am seen here. I am important here. This is me. I don't have to go anywhere else. Here's home. This particular piece is in a building that my tribe owns. We paid $60 million. We own the land all the way around this building. So every building, every other building on that land pays rent to him. This art piece is called Taitimu. The pink line is the original foreshore of Auckland City. The blue line is the current foreshore of Auckland City. The blue light you see there, my mission is to connect people back to the environment, see? The blue light you see there brightens and dims with the tide. So when you walk past it, if it's low, tide's out. If it's bright, tide's in. It's a gentle nudge to connect our people back to the environment, because that's where we find a healthy mind, et cetera, et cetera. Here's another one. Today, so the vice chairman of our leadership got asked to do an interview, and he invited the newspaper to this art piece. And they used it as a talking point so that he could say, see this here, blah, 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 blah. Schools now come down to this art piece and teach kids. So it's done the job times 10. Pretty happy about that. Oh, look at that. It's my grandson. He turns 3 next month. The artwork you see behind him is called Waimahara. And Waimahara literally means to remember the waters, the memory of water. In the early days of Māori art in our city, the government would choose any Māori from anywhere to do a piece for the city. Over time, this has changed, and the majority of our works are done by artists who have genealogical connections to that land. In 2013, I was asked to help with a piece of work that was to go under a bridge in Auckland. This bridge was known as a hot spot for drug use, prostitution, and alcoholism. My son here, when we did the site visit, he was in a pram. 12 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, sorry. He was in a pram. We visited the site, and while there, a few rawakore and kaingakore, homeless and destitute, were living under the bridge at the time. I asked the council worker what was happening to these people. His response? Oh, we're going to move them on. I sent an email declining the job because I was not prepared to be the reason these people had to move from that safety. Fast forward 9 months, and I was contacted by the Auckland City Mission, the homeless shelter. They said I was referred to them by the same team who asked me to work on the Underbridge project. And if I took on this work, the Underbridge project team would ensure the homeless beneath the bridge were housed. It's a win-win situation. We unveiled this a couple of years ago, and guess who's sleeping under there? And I absolutely love it, because it's safe, they get music at night, they get nice lights. The only trouble is, it's cold. Not as cold as here, but it's still cold. So when people on social media start going, oh, the homeless are living under there, I jump in and say, as you sit on your couch with your air conditioning, please shut up. The design work in the Auckland City Mission, as you see here, needed a Māori design perspective to help shift the thinking from being just a project with nice Māori design to a living, breathing life force of a village. The question was posed, how do people who don't need services realign? The answer? Holidays. So each floor of the City Mission has a holiday destination theme that connects the service user to an environment of healing through design. During this time, I was asked to advise on an artwork by stone artist Joe Sheehan, which was to go into the city street next to the homeless shelter. Behind this homeless shelter, there's another street. And that's where these artworks by Joe Sheehan are placed. The themes we chose for this were about reconnection of people to place, and thinking of homeless shelter as a pātu wata wata, or fortified village for safety. Joe's there in the green shirt. I was just with him in Munich, in Germany. He's an amazing stone artist. He's a jeweler. And what you see there is all made out of stone. That's a shoe that is made out of stone. It's even got scuff marks that looks like a real shoe. The amount of people that walk up to it and try to grab it. The bottom right photo is a jacket that looks like a real jacket. And then the grey stone you see there is a glove. Looks like a real glove. It's absolutely mind-boggling, the stuff this man can do. I advised Joe to source stone from multiple quarries from the very top to the very bottom of our country. This is why. This was so if any of the clients in the shelter could identify with their tribal lands through this artwork. A man from Taranaki can say, this stone is from my land, therefore I am seen here. The road and paving design had shell laid into the concrete, a nod to the practice of using shell as an alarm. And now, in the old days, we used to put shell outside our fortified villages so you could hear the crunching of shell as war parties would come. We did that for this homeless shelter because that homeless shelter is their safe space. Safety for those who most need it. The final piece of the puzzle is something we call a manea stone and a mauri stone. These are rocks placed within the building as a heartbeat for that space. The Manea stone is placed in only the tohunga karakia, and I know where that is. The Maori stone is visible for all to see and is used to remind all who live there are visitors to the space, and that this place is a home with love, with mana, and with heart. As with a lot of our projects, and when we went to the Anishinaabe Health Centre the other day, my questions was about this stuff. There is no disconnection between our design work and health. And so that's why Michael was getting bombarded with these types of questions. It's also why I realized, what we've done at home, what they're doing here, very similar. Each of the 4 levels had the different medicines, and I was just absolutely happy because I thought, right, what we're doing is also in line with what you are doing. During these projects, we sit around the table with a lot of non-Māori project managers. And it's this project we took a deep dive on duality. Many project managers come with a narrative and themes, and a lot of the time Māori values are embedded within. Sometimes the people using these values absolutely understand them. The majority do not. Majority of project managers have no idea about Māori values, they just know the words and a brief description. 2 of them are manaakitanga, care for one another, kaitiakitanga, and guardianship. I would ask project managers what their understanding of these values are, and they will always give me the warm and fluffy answers. Oh, it means to look after the environment. Oh, it means to care for each other. My response is never warm or fluffy. In my house, growing up, manaakitanga looked like a kick up the ass. Manaakitanga looked like mum saying, come here, sit down, we need to talk. Manaakitanga was, you're not getting in the car with them. Manaakitanga was, finish the lawns, you might get some money to go to the pools. I would then explain to these people that only through knowing the darkness will we ever know what true light feels like. It's why our voice needs to be heard at every step of a project, and not just the last 10% of a project. So when we heard what the health centre went through in their design and build, I absolutely understand that struggle. The thinking of duality can be transferred to our young ones too. Understand the dark and hard parts of life, and you'll love the light even more so. Do not be afraid of darkness. That is where growth happens. We took on a nephew a few years ago. He came from Australia, lived there his entire life. The day my father died, sorry to laugh at that sentence. That's a very Māori thing, sorry. The day my father died, he was lying there, and I woke my nephew up. He was 14 at the time. And I said to him, boy, I need your help. He goes, oh, what are we doing? He says, we're going to move Papa. Oh, what happened? He's dead. My nephew, who grew up in Australia, had never, ever had to do stuff like this. Growing up with the mother I grew up with, we spent more time with dead and dying people than the living ones. So I said to my nephew, grab his feet, we've got to straighten them up. People are going to start arriving. And he's like, I'm like, boy, the living ones, they're the problem. He's not going to hurt you. Now grab his feet and straighten them up. This is my final slide, by the way. When I started today, I spoke my pepeha. A pepeha is an identifier of sorts. Throughout my entire talk today was the theme of identity. When we say it, when you say your pepeha, what I said in the beginning, other Māori in the room will know exactly who you are and where you come from. It is within this identity that we find solace and strength. The opposite is someone who is yet to understand who they are themselves. It could be someone like Mataora, overly confident, yet empty inside. And we know a few of them, as I absolutely think you will also know a few of. It could be a niece filled with grief who chooses to end it. It could be a nephew looking for hope who has nowhere else to turn. Sometimes it looks like a self-appointed apostle who tries to use our customs to further their own personal agenda. Yes, this is a thing that is happening right now in Auckland. There's a guy named, we don't even say his name, he's an idiot. And he's using these young Māori people through the church to attack the rainbow community. And they're using Māori customs to do it. Actual practitioners of Māori custom and haka performers and singers are looking at this going, what a bunch of idiots. 3 weeks ago, we had the biggest haka competition in the country. We call it the Māori Olympics. These two were on stage. And we've all been on stages. That is where the best performers of our cultural expression go. Not one of this apostles' people were there. They do not understand it from a true, real ceremony perspective. They use it to put people down. They use it to prop themselves up. Not cool. Identity plays a major role in... So pepeha. I'm going to get this guy to stand up and say his pepeha. We have young people, younger than him, learning this. Because identity is important. We also have people who are a bit older having to learn it at 60 years of age. The important part, learn it. Once you know your mountain, once you know your ocean, once you know your canoe, once you know your house, once you know your people, you're going to be okay. There's other hard yards to go through, other hard things to do, but that is the beginning. Te kaha, te reo. Now, before we came down, I asked my partner, hey, you know your pepeha? She goes, yeah, why? I said, oh, no reason. I'm not going to get her to say it, unless she wants to. I said, I'm not going to get you to say it unless you want to.
Kia ora. Ko pihanga te maunga, ko tongeriro te awa, ko hirangi te marae, ko te hiuhu te tangata, ko tūrangi tūkua te hapu, ko Ngāti Tūwhare toa te iwi. Kia ora.
He's been learning this his entire life. She just started. Identity plays a major role in positive mental health for Māori. We teach it at a very young age and say it when we're made to introduce ourselves. It is one of the very first things we learn when we take on our language, either as a child or as a grandmother learning the language for the first time. I often ask my clients for this before we start work on them, as it will guide me to make a decision. Sometimes, however, you have no worries at all. And you know the person's integrity is solid, so you move forward with the process. This is my auntie Kata. I know her inside out. The day she was birthed into this world, I was in the room. The day I tattooed her chin, I says to her, see you on the other side. Then we did the work. See you on the other side means you're going to be a different person after this. The world will look at you different. It's a whole other world once you receive the markings. You see things differently. I says to her, you know, I was born. You know, I was there when you were born. Both times. My cousin's wife over here, she asked me to do her bodysuit. Again, 0 questions in my head. I knew, yep, she's solid. She is so solid. Don't have to ask anything. And so we did her bodysuit. Sometimes bodysuits can take about 5 days. Other times, how long we take? Husband jokes over here. He'll be sleeping down here tonight. So about 4 days in total. How long did yours take? 6 days. Mine took 5 days in a row. Our bodysuit is, shut up.
The photo you saw.
Come over here, and we'll get them both to show you, eh? Is that all right? Can you show yours? Is that all right? Honey, so they're just going to give you a glimpse into the bodysuit. Just get. In New Zealand, we've just started celebrating Matariki. Matariki is the star cluster we look to, and we do prayers in the middle of our winter. A few years ago, the government decided that we are going to have a public holiday on a certain day during this season. Caprice decided that that day will be used to connect her family back to themselves. Every holiday day that we have with Caprice's family, they come to our house and we tattoo another section of Caprice's legs. While in the room, Caprice makes her nieces and her nephews sing and read our language. That is how she is being done, and that is how she is connecting her family back to themselves. Identity. When my wife, when she first came to, did that slip out? Anyway. When she first came to my community, she realized quickly the power of pepeha, of that, what you just heard. She realized the power of pepeha within my people, and she said to me, "You Ngāti Whātua walk different." And that is a direct result of knowing exactly who we are, and most importantly, who we are not. So, this is sunset in Auckland. That is a winter sunset. Before I close and open the floor for questions, I have one question for the room. You don't have to answer it, but I want you to think about the question. And it's mind-boggling every time we hear about it when someone from Canada comes to New Zealand. When an Indigenous person from this land comes to our land, we freak out. Especially when we see what they have. Here's the question. And then we'll open up for questions. Why are status cards still a thing here? Right, let's go. Yeah. That's the one. Okay, questions? Can we get the house lights up, please?
There we go. There's the hand up there. Do you have a microphone? Oh, right back there. Just, can you keep your hand up, please?
Where do you recommend visiting in New Zealand first as an Indigenous person to experience Maori culture?
Say that again, sorry?
Where do you recommend an Indigenous person from Canada visit New Zealand to experience Maori culture?
What do I recommend?
Where?
Where? To experience Māori culture? My place, mate.
I will literally crash on your couch.
But here's why. Here's why I say that. We live in the biggest city in the country. My people have been on that land for hundreds of years. That city came to us, not the other way around. Where we live is a res. It's a village. All of my neighbors are family, which is awesome, and sometimes not so awesome. But we don't just live there, we live and breathe our culture. Our longhouse is always busy. We are always speaking, we are always dancing, we are always singing, we are always fighting. The point is we are always living who we are. Come to our community. I will show you who we are. Our house is open to you. I'll get your email later. Another one?
Go ahead, yeah. There's a question here.
Hi, it's not a question, but I want to tell you something, share with everybody here. I had a son with cystic fibrosis. He passed away a few years ago. He was 41 years old. And when he was just young, a young man, we were first contact. We're the people of the dawn. So there was a big onslaught on our culture. And so slowly, it was just starting to come back. I've always brought them up to be proud of who they are, all my children, proud of their heritage. And I remember one day there was a powwow in our community, and it was kind of raining, a little bit wet, and he was helping to organize this powwow. And I remember him walking in, and he was crying. He had a status card in his hand. He said, "Mom, I felt like if I had a microphone, whatever, to drive to our community and tell them, we are not just this. We are not just a status card. Where are you? Come to our gathering, come to our powwows, come to our celebrations." And he was crying. He always had that D spirit. He knew what was right. So I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
I don't have a question. I want to thank you. Akieha means thank you. We have a lot in common, is what it turns out. I'm also a grandfather. I also have 3 sons, and I'm taking notes on the way that you're raising your boys to men. And so I say Akieha, and me and my wife are actually going to be in New Zealand in November, so I'm going to look you up.
Yep, we have so much in common. You're also very handsome. And I'll be at the conference. I'll see you there. There's a hand up at the back.
I can't run that far. There we go. Someone's coming to you.
Hey, Chimigwech for all that. I work in language revitalization in my province, and I just wanted to ask if there's a word for New Zealand in your language.
Aotearoa. And I'm going to get one of these two to explain what that means.
Awesome.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Te Arapa Morihu tōku ingoa. My name is Te Arapa Morihu. Aotearoa comes from one of our tupuna who was on his way to New Zealand, Aotearoa, and what he saw, or what it translates to, is the land of the long white cloud. how that comes through is ao is land, is the clouds. Ao is a cloud. Te is an old word for white. These days, many will use ma for white. Te is the old word for white. And roa is long. So land of the long white cloud. And when you go to Aotearoa, or the island, you'll see that they're quite often in the ocean. It can be quite clear. And then when you come to land formations, that's where you'll see all the clouds. And so that's how that name came along. Ka pai, tēnā tātou.
Hi everyone. What he forgot to mention was that the person who actually voiced the words was a female, and it was his wife. And what she said was, he ao, it is land. He ao, it is land. He Aotearoa, and that is Aotearoa, New Zealand as we know it today. Kia ora.
Okay, we only have time for one more question. I see another hand at the back. Go ahead, yeah. Oh, wait, no, it's you. You just had your hand up, no? Yes, you, yes.
Hi, Nyagoa for that wonderful conversation. I'm Ongoy Hongwe from Tainanaga Mohawk Territory. And I just was curious in New Zealand if you have your own governance for when you travel, or if you have to use New Zealand's like passport in Six Nations. And part of the Six Nations, we have our own Haudenosaunee passport that allows us to travel without like the Canadian passport. So I was just curious if that's something in New Zealand for your own people.
Yeah, no, we just travel with a national New Zealand passport. Yeah, we're not flash like you guys, sorry. Not yet.
All right, let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Tina. Where's Tina?
Tina.
Anō reira, e tātou mā, e kore ngā mihi e mutu ki a koutou. No mātou te honore, te taimai ki a koutou, me te whakarongo, me te kōrero tahi, te wānanga tahi, iwi ki te iwi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Incredible. Thank you all. That was amazing. Am I right? That was so incredible. I can feel the energy. Thank you. I have chills. It was amazing. Thank you so much, Graham, for sharing that with us. Thank you. Oh, that's just an incredible, incredible session. And I hope that we can bring that energy with us through the rest of the day. The conference part is over, but we are going to be having a pipe ceremony and feast and round dance here. And I would love to see you all there tonight, and we can, share back a little bit of our culture with our visitors, hopefully. I want to acknowledge Danielle Migwans, who really kind of led this work thank you very much. Yes. She's the Special Projects Manager with AHT, and the round dance has come together with her vision. And it's a memorial round dance, and we're inviting everyone. You're welcome to bring a picture of a loved one that you wish to honor. There will also be prizes for best ribbon skirt and ribbon shirt. And it's going to be in here in this room. So we're going to ask everybody to take everything that you have with you, because we're going to be clearing out and transforming this space. And also, I was told that the coat check will also be closing after this. So make sure you take anything from the coat check as well. And just a reminder for tomorrow, the sunrise ceremony begins at 7 a.m. on the second floor terrace, and breakfast also begins at 7 a.m., which will be just outside. And the conference, I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And I just want to invite again Diane up to say a closing prayer for us.
What a beautiful day we've had together here. And, with our Maori relatives coming here, making that huge visit right across that ocean, right across the landmass to come here into this beautiful area of the Great Lakes. We have been so blessed. So these words will lower the embers of our fire today. We're not closing the fire. We're lowering our embers. And we're going to take a moment, all of us here, to give thanks for their presence with us, the presence of Dr. Makokis, all the speakers who were with us today, and the messages that they left for us in our hearts that we're going to take away from here, that are so precious and so rooted in the ancestors' dreams for us. And so I'm going to ask you just to close your eyes and to reflect on what has happened here today. Nyawa sangwe diso, gahandagwa siyungyats, ganalunkwa skana sewagwego, gahandagwa siyungyats. So grateful to you, Sangwe Dison, for this day, for the very high privilege of welcoming all of our people into this circle today, for all the knowledge that was shared here, and for the very precious nature of how powerful our cultures are as Indigenous nations of people throughout the world. We are so blessed to have languages, ceremonies, traditional teachings that build our identity into what we know and understand to be the medicine that the world needs for the healing of Mother Earth and for the spiritual evolution of humanity. It is those old Indigenous wisdom traditions, cultures, and ceremonies celebrated in this time period that give us the strength and the identity of who we are and our place in the world. And to give thanks this day, Creator, that all those prophecies are coming to their fullness now, where we say that the Indigenous peoples will be brought into the world stage to share the very best of what our wisdom traditions say about how we are to be as human beings in relationship to the earth, in relationship to each other. Those high values that you have given to us, Creator, of love, number one, the most important medicine in the universe, love, respect for one another, and compassion. So we ask today, Creator, that you help us in our healing journeys to manifest those high values and to carry those high values into the work that we do. And we thank you for our sovereignty. We thank you for our spiritual sovereignty that gives us everything we need in this world to be successful. So with these words, we bring our meeting to a close today, and we look forward to that round dance where we can celebrate our ancestors and everything that they laid in the pathway for us. Nyawa, miigwech. Thank you.